some more detail of the story, that the Ram Katha is a story, and then there are many tellings of it, and some are controversial. Why are they controversial? Because in some versions of the Ramayana, Ravan is a hero. Ravan is a hero. I mean, after all, look at it this way, that he takes Sita into captivity, and she spends years with him in captivity, right? And he doesn't violate her sexually. Now, he may want to, and there is a curse, that there is a curse that if you try to violate her sexually, he's going to be burnt to ashes. We might say, well, he's sort of pragmatic about it, right? But on the other hand, what's the point of holding her in captivity, right? If you're going to violate her, right? What's the point of it then? So Ravan is a person who has enormous powers of devotion himself. He's a follower of Shiva. You remember I mentioned to you that one way to read the Ramayana is to read it within the history of sectarianism. That Ravan is a devotee of Shiva and Ram is an avatar of Vishnu. And there's a clash over there. That's one way to read it. And I'm not saying that that's the dominant or necessarily the most desirable way to read it. But I'm just giving an illustration of some of the kinds of complexities that come about. But in all the versions of the Ramayana, we know that Ravan, even though he's the demon, and ultimately he's going to be annihilated by Ram, that he is shown in some respects in glowing terms. Now, in some places in India, Ravan is celebrated, not Ram. There are other versions where Sita is cast as the sibling of Ram, not as a wife of Ram, as a spouse of Ram. And this, an essay by a man whose name I mentioned to you in my previous lecture, one of the great 20th century interpreters of Indian literature, Ramanujan, A.K. Ramanujan, the man who wrote this Poems of Love and War, right? Now, or translations of old Tamil poems. Now, A.K. Ramanujan wrote an essay which is about the 300 different Ramayans in India. And he shows you the variations that you find. And some of the Hindu nationalists got so agitated that they demanded, this actually incident goes back to 4 years ago, when they demanded that this article be removed from the syllabus because it was being taught. And they went to the history department where it was being taught and smashed the doors and windows, okay, locked up the department, and physically beat up a couple of people. Of course, what the university did is what all such organizations do when they want to detect such things, right? This is what they do in America too. You appoint a committee of inquiry. When you appoint a committee, you know that nothing's going to happen. It's going to just, put it in cold storage for some years and hope it gets buried away. So they appointed a committee, and the committee took several years, and then they finally came out with a recommendation saying that the essay ought to be, in fact, actually banned. Okay? The history department unanimously voted to oppose that. They wanted the essay, as indeed it should be taught. I'm giving it in a capsule form. These things are very controversial. But why should they be? Because we need to understand the nature of that civilization, that there are many different interpretations, and all of these are equally a legitimate part of the history, the literary, cultural history of the country. Okay? Now, secondly, before I move into the text, I want to reinforce something I said again, because remember that I concluded my remarks with the discussion of the Ram Babri Masjid. I remember this mosque that was destroyed, and why was it destroyed? By Hindu nationalists and their political patrons, because such acts are not possible without political patrons. I mean, you've got the police standing by, you've got the state standing by, you've got the Supreme Court orders saying that you cannot touch this disputed structure, as it came to be known in official language, and yet tens of thousands of people gather there and physically dismantle the whole structure. That's only possible when you have political patrons. Right? Now, these Hindu nationalists had argued that this was the exact spot at which Ram was the exact spot, and that there used to be a temple dedicated to him, and this temple temple was destroyed and then a mosque was built. Now, in abstract, it is possible to believe, because that's the nature of the politics of conquest. In the abstract, it is possible to believe that there may have been temples that were destroyed when the Muslims came to India. It's quite likely. You should accept that. Whether there was a particular temple here is a different matter. And then it's also a different matter. Why is it that everybody started becoming interested in showing that Ram is historical? Much in the way in which Jesus is a historical person, or Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, is a historical person. So there's a kind of anxiety that developed among Hindus that our deities are not historical. They're all sort of shrouded in myth. And as I mentioned, myth is a word that has now acquired almost entirely pejorative connotation in language. And to reinforce this point, that what is at the heart of the problem here is the tendency to want to historicize, Hinduism, historicize our deities. I want to turn your attention for a second to what I've written over there, the two Krishnas that you find in the Indian tradition. And again, to liven this up a little bit, on Wednesday I'll show you some slides of both of these. What are these two Krishnas? And why does this matter become so important of who the two Krishnas are? Turn your mind for a moment to the late 19th century. Second half of the 19th century, British rule has been firmly established in India for well over 100 years. And Indian nationalism is now slowly coming to the fore. Indian nationalists are beginning to ponder over a question. And that question was, why is it that we as a people have always been enslaved by foreigners? We're now under British rule. We've been under British rule for over 100 years. Before this, we were under Muslim rule. Whether Muslims ought to be viewed as foreigners or not, considering that they've been in India for, at this point, 800-900 years, is a different matter. Let's just provisionally go along with that argument. Right? Hypothetically, that yes, let's assume that they were foreigners. So this is a question that begins to animate the minds of Indian nationalists. They're wondering, why are we all... Now, an Indian writer by the name of Bankim Chandra Chatterjee is going to come along. And again, he's an illustration. He's not the only one here who's making this kind of argument, but he is, I think, the best illustration of the kind of argument that I'm suggesting here. So he comes along, and he says the problem with Indians, and with Hindus in particular, because he's concerned here so there's an illusion here, Indians and Hindus become kind of synonymous. Why are we Indians? Why are we Hindus? Right? Who, from his standpoint and from the standpoint of many, had come to define the essential features of Indian civilization. Right? Going back to the time of the Aryans, right? And then for 3 millennia after that. So for him, the answer is simple, that number one, we Hindus are too much into spiritual devotion. We don't pay enough attention to the material world. Okay? We don't have a proper religion, frankly. What is a proper religion? A proper religion, now he's not going to say it in so many words, but in fact, that's what it's going to mean. A proper religion is a Semitic religion. Because it needs to have a historical founder. It needs to have one book that all practitioners of the faith believe in. The problem with Hindus is they've got millions of gods and goddesses, and they've got thousands of holy books, and there's no agreement on which is the book which is to be read by everybody and which is authoritative for everybody. No agreement whatsoever. Right? They don't have a single place. I mean, Islam has its Mecca and Medina. But Hinduism has got hundreds of places of pilgrimage. I mean, in fact, one way to think about India, by the way, just as a little footnote. If somebody said, how do you define India? Well, India is a land of pilgrimage. That's one definition of India. I mean, there are untold number of religious pilgrimages that you can take in India. Because the sacred geography is such that no matter where you go, every 2 kilometers that you go, there's some spot that is sacred. Either Ram came here and had a drink of water, or Sita came, or Krishna came, or Hanuman came. Right? And 14 years of exile is a long period of time. You're wandering all over the land. I mean, literally. I mean, you just go into the Himalayan area and every kilometer there's a place where the locals will tell you Ram and Sita came here or Hanuman came here, and it becomes part of the sacred geography. There's thousands of places of pilgrimage. Of course, some are more important than others. No question about that. I'm not saying that there isn't a hierarchy. But you see, it's a religion from his standpoint, not from my standpoint. I hope you understand that. I'm not telling you what my reading is. That from his standpoint, it's a religion of utter confusion, right? Multiplicity. And you find that even in a single God can be known by 1,000 names. That's true. One God can be known by 1,000 names. And then they might have myriad forms, right? I mean, so it's extraordinarily diverse, complex. It's like what I call the World Wide Web with millions of nodal points and thousands of websites, millions of websites. I mean, the World Wide Web is anticipated in the nodal configurations of Hinduism. Right? Now Bhaktivinoda Chatterjee comes along and he says, all right, let's look at our God called Krishna. Remember, he's the other great avatar of Vishnu. Right? Now, there is a tradition of Krishna who's a god. And mind you, we're not speaking about a minor god. I mean, Krishna and Ram and Shiva are the major deities. So there's one little irony here that Ram and Krishna are the avatars. They're the incarnations of Vishnu. But actually, their worship is deeper in some ways than the worship of Vishnu himself, in some ways, even though they derive from him. Okay? Now, he says, let's look at the god Krishna. If you read a book called the Bhagavatam, all right, it is also known as the Bhagavata Purana. Okay, so sorry. It's also known as a Bhagavata Purana. Remember, I was talking about the Puranas, right? So this is one of the many Puranas, and this is a Vaishnava Purana, and it's a Vaishnava Purana because it elevates God Vishnu and his incarnations. Now, book 10 of the Bhagavatam, also known as the Bhagavata Purana, is a life of the god Krishna. But it's not the kind of life that you think you're going to get. I mean, it doesn't tell you that he was born in, Vrindavan, in this house, lane number 28, house number 14, in 2822 or whatever. No. What it basically describes is a mythic world. In this mythic world, okay, what are the kinds of activities that the god Krishna is engaged in? One of the activities he's engaged in as a little child is the theft of butter. So he's called Makhan Chor. For those of you who know Hindu, you immediately recognize Makhan Chor is the person who steals butter. That's one of the many ways by which he's known, because as a young infant, as a young boy, Krishna loves butter. Right? And his mother is constantly hiding the butter everywhere, but no matter where it is, so he puts it up on a shelf, he'll stand on a stool, he'll get a stick, right? Now, this is how God spends his time. The other way he spends his time is running around after women, literally. Okay? I mean, he's engaged in what's called Krishna Lila, right? And there are these women, they're called gopis. And if you look at paintings of the gopis. So gopis are the cow herders because Krishna is actually a cow herd. He brings the cows back home. He takes them out grazing, and then he brings them back home in the evening. He's the worst
fucking lecture I have ever heard. UCLA,
we'll consider some of these
you deserve better than that. That is just some fucking dude's opinion, and doesn't really talk. I haven't heard him talk that much about fucking real years. A little bit, like the other fucking dude, just like, dude, we're gonna talk about China for the next 50 fucking hours. So get ready. There we go. Here we go. Complete animation. Yeah, motherfucker. Some Indian out there's gotta have this shit together. Fuck yeah, better than that motherfucker. Get your shit together. Get your Indian asses in here right now. We are watching your fucking history. Are you fucking serious? This isn't in English? Oh shit, even worse it is, and I just got a really, really thick fucking accent. Here we go, baby, we're gonna hear him. Dog, this is not English. Some words are English. I heard mainstream freedom struggle, but then everything else is in something else. Hindi? Is this Hindi? Oh, we're fucked. This had so much fucking potential, kids. It was 12 hours. I was so fucking excited. And then everyone was like, oh, dog, you don't fucking speak Hindi? Well, why don't you get the fuck out of here? And I was like, oh, dog, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Fuck no, I don't speak Hindi. I rock out with my cock out, though, baby. All right, here we go. History and culture of India. How about don't suck cock? Number one, step one, don't suck cock. Step two, talk about the fucking people. I don't give a shit about fake gods. Give me some real shit, dog. History and culture of India. No, I want like, yo, dog, this shit started like a long time ago. We don't know. But then, like, we'll start the story 10,000 years ago, and then boom, get through that fucking the British. I want people on elephants. There should be a Raj. All that shit. Somebody's got to put that bitch together. Not this guy. This guy sucks. History of India. Dude, the story of India by the BBC, that sucks. The Chinese one was amazing. This Indian one sucks. Indian history. Dog, you know that's not English. This shit sucks. History of India, dog. Modern history. Dog, don't get into bullshit. Ancient history. Okay, let's try this. Alright, kids. We've got ancient Indian history. If this shit sucks, I'm gonna be pissed. Dog, don't suck cock. How about that? What up, girl? Are you fucking serious? This shit isn't in English either? What the fuck? You know there are some motherfuckers who speak English who want to know about your fucking country. Don't they have a fucking thing that says just show me shit in English? Why doesn't it say that? Why isn't there a button that's just like, dude, I don't want anything that's not English right now. Oh, okay. Here's a bunch of fucking English never heard of. Oh, no, no, it's not that version of Hindi. It's a different version of Hindi. What the fuck? Give me something good here. How about this guy? No, this is the same shitbag from UCLA. That guy sucks. Indian culture. Modern Indian history. This shit sucks. Introductory class. Dog. All this shit is just really, really, really bad. Somebody put together a good fucking history of India. Modern India. No, I want the whole fucking thing, dog. This shit sucks. You're the most populous country. You have the most shitty videos. Actually, Indian videos are fucking really, really. This guy sucks. This is the history of India class, so I'm gonna literally just tell you about mythology. No, I want fucking real shit. Like, oh, this motherfucker elephants, and then there was horses, and then there was a guy who, oh, dog, I know better than everybody. And they were like, dude, this guy sucks. But then they made him their king. Alright, modern history of India. This shit sucks. Ancient Indian history. Nope. If I see that fucking Sanskrit, I know it's Sanskrit now, though. Okay, the story of India. Literally the worst BBC documentary of all time. History of Indian civilization. Hey, Professor Vinay Lal, you suck dick. Next, extra history. Conquest of India. Oh, bye bye. I'm telling them, baby. baby. I'm cleaning up the internet. Dog, the Chinese lecture series was phenomenal. The Indian one is absolute dog shit, and I don't understand it. This shit should all be beautiful. India, you have more people than any person on the any fucking country. You have more people.
For a while there, I was like, I kept had one of those days.
Shit happens, man.
Yeah.
Oh, complete Indian history through animation by Adesh Singh. Yo, dog, Adesh Singh, please make this in English. It looks amazing. I know that you might not see this now, but you might see it in the future. And your shit, complete Indian history, looks great. You put a lot of work into it. And then you were like, guess what, guys? Let's make it so that not that many people can understand. And I understand. Very few people are like, oh, what English speaker wants to learn the history of India? I do. Come on, baby. How about this one? Exactly, Caspian. He wants to know it. But this BBC. Oh, he's terrible. I expected him to be decent, and he was terrible. He doesn't talk about history. He literally just talks about mythology, and I understand, but he can get fucking worked up in Hinduism, and that's not what this is about. I want to know about the people. Modern history. No, dog. I want to know ancient, complete course. All right, kids, what are the odds that this shit is in English? Scale 1 to 10. We're at a 5 right now.
Hello, everyone.
What up, baby? Hell yeah, dog. Give me some fucking real, serious Indian dude. Hell yeah. Hook it up. Hook it up, son. Fuck you, dude.
Introduction class. And today, we will try to look at what is actually the syllabus of ancient Indian history.
Okay, it's English.
We will try to see what should be the right strategy for ancient Indian. We will also try to see what should be the book list for ancient Indian history. And we will also have a look at our monthly plan for the month of August. So let's begin this class.
Let's roll, baby.
The first thing which is very, very important is I have seen most of the students, they fast forward and watch the video. Please do not do these kind of binge video.
I was just going to do that. I was just going to do that.
Listen to each and every point and you do not miss out on any important information that might be relevant to your subject. Second thing is, we will also understand what is the syllabus. We will also understand what is the book list in this video.
Dog, we're not like doing a syllabus or a book list. But just because you said don't fucking do it, I'm not going to fucking fast forward just for you.
The corresponding chapter from the book. Don't worry about the book. I will share the resources, whatever is required, be it notes, be it books, be it PDFs and whatnot in our Telegram channel. Please watch the classes regularly. Do not pile up the videos and the subjects. Because in the end, what will happen is it will become a crash course wherein within a fortnight you will have to finish the entire subject. And at the end of the day, you will not be able to retain anything for the examination. Now, once the course is completed, obviously we will be having a few tests. Now we will have tests both as per prelims point of view as well as mains point of view. So I strongly recommend that none of you miss those tests. If in case, if you face any doubt, so I request that you can please watch the video again or at least you
Yo, kid, we're not taking this for a fucking grade. Let's get to the fucking
if you still have a doubt, you can ping me personally on Telegram. I request all of you to join our Facebook page, connect with me on Instagram,
I understand
and
that
obviously
you
join
are
our Telegram
doing
channel
this
so that
for people who are getting a grade, don't give a shit about the amount of credits I'm gonna get in some fake fucking college.
Finally, the wait is over. I welcome you all to the complete course on ancient Egypt.
Here we go, chapter
I
1.
hope you all have watched the introduction.
Dude, we watched it. Yeah. Check it off the list.
I have already discussed label. Why do you study ancient Egypt?
Because it's cool.
A lot of students were asking what should be the right book list for studying this course.
Hug.
And that also has been covered in the introduction class.
We know.
So today we start our chapter
Hell
1,
yeah.
which is geographical features and their impact on Indian history. Now, generally, I don't talk about all these things, but today I request all of you to please ask all your friends, and let's see if you have not subscribed, to subscribe this YouTube channel. And once you watch this video, please like the video and comment. Why? The reason is now the YouTube will start showing these videos to maximum people. And I want that our UPSC digital library should help maximum people, because we are trying our level best to provide free of cost UPSC preparation. We are not even asking for 1 rupee from anyone among
No
you.
rupees,
So
baby.
this is small
Rupee
thing,
free,
or
baby.
this small part would be done for your end as a mark of respect. So let's start this chapter number 1. Now, as I have told in the introduction class, please do not try to mug up history. There might be a few facts that you might have to remember or memorize, but then if I broadly talk about history, I can say that there are two things inside history. First is the chronology, just how we watch a movie. Now, a movie will have a sequence of events. First, the hero will arrive, or then the heroine would arrive, and then there would be a villain in the story, and then they would fight, they would contest the battle, and then in the end, there will be an end. Either it will be a happy ending or a sad ending, or let's say uh, it will be in shock. You will not know what exactly is the ending, and then they will make part two of the movie. Same way, when we will study history, we will look at the chronology. What happened first? What happened next? What happened third? जब हम हिस्ट्री पढ़ेंगे तो एक मूवी के सीन की तरह एक एक करके हमारे सामने सिक्वेंशियल ऑर्डर में चीजें आती जाएंगी, और हम उन्हीं सीक्वेंस में उनको एक कहानी की तरह समझेंगे. Now, one more very important thing, which is the base of this chapter, is that the entire history, be it of any country, it is dependent upon its geography. How? Let's say if I talk about a person who is living in a desert. Now here the climatic conditions are different. If I talk about somebody who is living on a coastal area, here the climatic conditions are different. If I talk about somebody who is living just beside the river, so here the conditions would be different. Here occupation would be different. Here, their mode of transport would be different. Here, their culture will become different. And all these different aspects will lead to different series of historical events that will eventually happen. आप इस बात को समझ रहे हैं, अगर कोई रेगिस्तान में रहता है, कोई कोस्टल एरिया में समुद्र के किनारे रहता है, या कोई नदी के किनारे रहता है, उन सबका इतिहास अलग अलग होगा, क्योंकि उनकी जियोग्राफी अलग अलग है, और उनकी जियोग्राफी अलग अलग है, तो जो उनकी कहानी बनेगी, जो उनकी सीक्वेंस ऑफ इवेंट्स बनेगी, जो उनकी क्रोनोलॉजी बनेगी, वो भी अलग होगी. So that means I can conclude now that a history will revolve around chronology and geography. All right. So this is nothing but the expansion of the same. Chronology would mean the time frame that is going on, and geography would define the place where an individual is living. So this space defines the geographical limit or the area, and chronology shows the time which keeps on increasing, and hence our story will also keep on moving ahead. All right. Now, this again has been explained to you that, see, unlike any other history, if we talk about Indian history also, so it is also influenced by its geography. हमारे देश का इतिहास भी उसके भूगोल से प्रभावित है. So, if we will understand what are the geographical features in our country, it will be very, very helpful to understand our history. Are you guys able to understand this point? If we will understand that inside our nation, what are the different geographies available, then it will become very, very easy to understand or imagine how the history is going to be framed. How we, at this point will become very, very clear if you will watch this video completely. Please do not skip this video because you might miss out on any important information. Also, do not fast forward this video. Why? Because see, you may finish this course within 10 minutes if the original video is of 30 minutes, but it will be of no use because if you will fast forward, you will not be able to retain it. My ultimate aim is that 80 to 90% of the things are covered while watching the videos, and 10% should just be left for the books. So please don't take these videos for granted. Watch it completely. All right. Now, if we talk about our Indian subcontinent, so it has three geographical regions. These are the main geographical regions. So the first region is the Himalayan mountains, what you see to the north of India. Second is the Indo-Gangetic Plains. Now, Indo-Gangetic Plain again has three parts. We'll look at all those things. If I have to tell you, it consists of the Indus River system. It consists of the Ganga River system. It also consists of the Brahmaputra River system. All right. And then we look at the southern peninsula. Why we call this as a peninsula? Because it is surrounded by water from majority of the sides or from three sides. All right. So one by one, let us start looking at our Indian subcontinent. Wait a second, sir. Why are you trying to teach us
Welcome. How are you, dog?
because, my dear students, if you will understand
Living the dream. How are you? Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? Hello. What's good in your neck of the woods, Juan Carlos?
I'm just basically in between electrician projects right now.
Cool. On what are you working?
What's that?
Very cool that you're in between electrician projects. On what are you working?
I'm working in Napa, California.
No, not where. On what are you working? You said you're working on electrician project. What did you just get done?
Okay, last thing I got done was Tesla. So I was building their offices
Oh, very cool.
in California. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Tesla, it's like, there's definitely a different company. They're very interconnected.
Excellent. So you think highly of the company?
Yeah, I do.
Very
yeah,
cool.
Elon Musk, for sure.
Excellent. If I may ask one, Carlos, how'd you hear about me?
I was invited to this chat room, right?
Phenomenal.
On just a few hours ago.
Do you know who invited you?
Yeah, that was Caspian Sea.
Oh, there you go. Oh, Caspian Sea.
Was it me? Yeah. Yeah, I was in the YouTube chat with Ian.
Wait, you were watching our show? I thought it was you last night in the chat. How you doing?
Yeah, it was me. I'm doing well. That was a good show. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Well, big ups to Caspian Sea.
Subscribe, watch more.
Yeah, absolutely. Rabbi Rothschild. Where we
I'm like 24/7, 365. I've been live for more than 3 years. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. Some of the things that we discuss on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology. We talk about fusion technology, fission technology, geothermal technology, tidal energy. We talk about de-extinction. We talk about mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself. a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm basically telling you right now, Juan Carlos, is I don't think you're going to die. I think you're going to perhaps live forever should you wish in a digital immortality, and that's a really neat thing to hear, I think.
The reports that I heard you talk about cybernetics, and I found that a lot of those are and anti-gravity. A lot of those I found are connected by the arrangement of like sound waves. Would you say that's true?
I think everything is connected by waves.
Yeah.
Waves are.
Yeah, because I think.
Go ahead.
I think I read a documentary about anti-gravity, and they talked a lot about how sound waves make patterns in water that might play into it. I'd imagine if there is a UFO or UAP, that water and sound waves would make it float somehow. I don't know exactly how though.
Well, it actually utilizes gravitational waves. So similarly, like you have waves in water or sound or in other ways through any kind of membrane, gravity has a similar effect. And essentially, the way that a UFO is propelled, well, I should say, you can use anti-gravity for many different things, but the way that allegedly we have been able to harness it is through the reverse engineering of UFOs, and specifically after 1947, July 1947, with the Roswell crash. And since then, there's been this major project to be able to harness um, anti gravity. And from what we understand about it, when I know of people who know about it, some more um, some major developments were made around the late 1980s or so, and the idea of the gravitron, which is graviton, I should say, was first emerged, and essentially that gravity itself is a wave and um, can be augmented to do quite a few different things. In addition to levitation or anti-gravity, basically lifting off the ground, you can use it to create a force field. You can also use it to transport very long distances instantaneously. Essentially, the ability to control gravity can give you the ability to bend space-time, and when you can do that, you can travel essentially interdimensionally.
Interesting. Relative to the gravitational constructs, the SGRA Sagittarius A, the supermassive black hole in the Milky Way. I understand if you shot an antimatter nuke into that, that would fail the gravitational constructs of our planet Earth, I suppose. Because I could research more about it, but I know that black hole in the universe, Sagittarius A, is heavily. I think it's like a programmer of the laws of nature, basically, for our Milky Way universe.
All right, so just from
what I know of it,
let's get some. Let's ask. We'll ask AI to answer your question. Okay, so the black.
Rabbi is master of the right from to ask.
Well, it's just one of those things. I mean,
that kind of ended it.
Oh, it's what we do. So the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, what would happen? Milky Way, what would happen if we shot an antimatter nuclear weapon in the center?
Also very interesting. The one where I posted basically the alchemical legend of the Earth's elements. Sharing. Yes.
All right.
It's part of my life's work. Where it manifests for me is in music composition. So
very nice. I
also experiment with like engineering too.
If if we were to hypothetically detonate an antimatter nuclear weapon at the center of the Milky Way, specifically near the supermassive black hole known as Sagittarius A, the effects would be minimal on the black hole itself. Black holes have immense gravitational pull, and any explosion would be insignificant compared to the scale of the black hole's mass and gravitational influence. The explosion might produce some radiation and energetic particles, but they would be quickly absorbed by the black hole or dispersed in the surrounding space. Overall, the black hole would remain largely unaffected, and the broader consequences in the galaxy would be negligible. So basically, nothing.
Huh. I think the bump was if it exploded around it, but if there was a
No,
nuclear device that
no. I said
was antimatter,
to it, what would happen if we shot antimatter in the center? I said in the center.
inside of it.
Yeah, well, I said
In
in
the
the
center,
center.
okay.
Its prompt that it recognized was if we were to hypothetically detonate an antimatter nuclear weapon at the center of the Milky Way, specifically near the supermassive black hole known as Sagittarius A, the effects would be minimal on the black hole itself. How do you want me to change it? What do you want me to change about that?
Well, the question that I would like changed or like prompted, essentially if the antimatter nuke went inside of it. However, you know,
So not a
that's how
nuclear detonation, antimatter.
No, we asked about an antimatter.
Antimatter,
yeah,
anti-gravity.
No,
For all intents and
no, they're
purposes. No,
separate.
it's not like
They're
something
completely.
no.
They're parts of physics, but they're separate. In fact, let's get the answer.
Okay.
And I could sit here at Caspian Sea and be like, oh, I know all the fucking. No, why don't I just ask? How are
It's true.
anti-gravity and antimatter weapons different? Give me 15 different bullet points, please. Here are 15 bullet
Yeah,
points
'cause in
comparing
a black
anti-gravity and anti-weapons.
relies on
Anti-gravity
the mat.
definitions refers to hypothetical technology, or actually, I want give me a table that compares and contrasts them. Okay, so the definition of anti-gravity is technology counteracting gravity. The just one moment, it misunderstood what I said. Please make the comparison between anti-gravity and antimatter. It's smart. Anti-gravity weapons. Well, the specific question of Caspian Sea was anti-gravity nuclear weapons, but I don't think that really makes sense. I just think he means big bombs, right? Don't you just mean big bombs?
It's a specific type of reaction because it and weapon by the mass of any atom, but gene study that's what also less quantity of the grams. But we expect that antimatter is entirely different. Hold it. Like magnetic suspension.
Welcome. How are you? Glad that you're here.
52, 78, 32.
I love your name. It rolls off the tongue. We're learning about anti-gravity weapons versus antimatter weapons. Okay, so the definition of an anti-gravity weapon are weapons utilizing anti-gravity technology to incapacitate or manipulate targets. Antimatter weapons that use antimatter for destructive purposes. The function: one disables or alters movement of objects or targets. The other causes massive explosions using contact with matter. So antimatter causes massive explosions. Anti-gravity disables or alters movement. Applications: hypothetical military use for targeting defense. That's anti-gravity, and antimatter would be theoretical use in military and scientific applications.
Still theoretical as far as I just
Who's they? Bob Lazard has. Who's they? Bob Lazard has.
Bob Lazar also have not been able to
Name one inconsistency of Bob Lazar in 30 years.
I believe everything you do, but I'm saying it that I can hold my hand, touch it, manipulate it, and rationalize it in other terms besides him and he touched it and when he was trying to figure it out and
hold on, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. You do feel it. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Absolutely. As time goes on, that is validated. But at the same time, I don't know how to put a framework for what it is talking about what I understand.
Okay, well then let's put his story into words. Just one moment. Please provide a list of 30 facts about what Bob Lazar disclosed to the world regarding anti-gravity, specifically the idea of gravitrons, the use of element 115 in allegedly propulsing. Dog, you're talking with the wrong motherfucker right now. It's 115 and it's Moscovium. I've even renamed it for Bob Lazar. Look it up right now. I want to be wrong about it because I've gotten it wrong in the past. That's why I know it's 115. It's un pentium. There you go. No, you're good. You're good. The reason why I say that with such certainty, Caspian C, is because I was kind of like, is it? No, you're good. You're good. I was always like, is it 114, 115, or 116? Yeah, and wait, you're good, And then one day I said to myself, I'm gonna memorize this. I'm gonna memorize its actual term. Like it used to be known as Unum Pentium when it was just like no one knew what it was. It was just theoretical, and then Moscovium like took the name because it was discovered in Moscow. But I didn't really sit down. I wanted to make sure I had it right. So the thing is, I knew for a fucking fact this is 115. All right, here we go. Thank you though. It's very humble of you. Okay, so. But,
I thought myself
Bob Lazar claims to have worked at a site near Area 51 called S4. Element 115. Lazar alleged that element 115, un pentium, now known as Moscovium, hell yeah, it's like they fucking heard me, was used as fuel for alien spacecraft. Pulse gravity wave. He described a technology that involved creating a pulse gravity wave for propulsion, gravitrons. Lazar discussed the theoretical existence of gravitons, um, which are hypothetical particles that mediate the force of gravity. So one thing Caspian C at least said, I can't put it in my hand. I can't put it in my hand. Well, you can't do that with protons or electrons or neutrons, but you recognize.
I can't manipulate an object. Right?
Yeah. You can do that with this too. You just don't have the machine. You can do that with this too. You can do that with this too. Right, you can do that with this too. You just don't have the machine. It would be like saying, with neutrons, protons, and electrons, I can't see them right now, thus they don't exist. No, you can see them under electron microscope.
Exactly.
Well, you said I need something in my hand.
We're talking about thing I can rationalize the framework of what would work. Like I know magnet, electrical, and magnetic waves.
Don't worry about those. Let's right now.
But I like to think of it like that. I don't know what it is that manipulates gravity. outside of this object of great mass is what I was saying.
Okay, I
That's all
understand.
I was trying to say.
Okay, what were you saying when you
What
said
kind of
I can't
object
hold it in
machine
my
can
hand?
manipulate
What were you
gravity?
saying when
We
you
don't
said?
know how to build an anti-gravity device.
What were you saying
We don't know how.
when you said I can't hold? I need to be able to hold it in my hand. Maybe I just grasped onto that and didn't recognize the rest of it.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe I kind of. I don't know why I would have said that.
That's okay. That's okay.
I guess I was talking about some sort of machine. We have a framework of knowledge that allows us to
Yeah.
manipulate gravity.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm reading this. Hold on. I'll see if it talks about it, and if not, I will give it the prompt to talk about it because there is a machine. What is it called? It doesn't have a really fucking great name. It's not like the Lazar machine, though I'd call it that. It would probably be called an anti-gravity generator, and we'll talk about it. Anti-gravity technology. Lazar described the ability of a spacecraft to create an anti-gravity effect, reducing that weight. Electromagnetic propulsion. He stated that the ships utilize electromagnetic propulsion in conjunction with gravity manipulation. Reverse engineering. Lazar asserted that he was involved in reverse engineering the technology S4 fusion reactor. He claimed that element 115 could be used to create a fusion reactor, providing immense energy. Operational craft. Lazar described the craft as allegedly working. He he allegedly worked on as capable of faster than light travel. U.S. government secrecy. He indicated that the U.S. government has kept advanced technology secret, particularly those derived from extraterrestrial sources. Shape of the craft. Lazard claimed that the craft he worked on was disc shaped and had a smooth surface. Test flights. He alleged that he witnessed test flights of these crafts, observing their incredible agility and speed. Scientific community skepticism. His claims have been met with skepticism by the scientific community, particularly regarding element 115. Yeah, but actually, he proved them all wrong. When he said this existed, everybody said it didn't, and then they discovered it. That was like the best fucking checkmate on the scientific community you'd ever want. Public interest, Lazar's disclosure spiked to waves was essential for the operation of the spacecraft. Time dilation. He discussed the potential for time dilation effects due to the manipulation of gravity fields. Field propagation. Lazar described how gravitational fields could propagate through space-time, affecting the craft's movement. Okay, there's all kinds of other stuff. I'm not going to read the other 13 because I want to just ask about the machine that Caspian has about in question. Bob Lazar talked about a machine one of the times that he was at S4 and he would put his hand into like a basketball. He describes it as this looking like half a basketball cut, and the closer you put your hand to it, the harder it pushed it away. It was like the effects of a magnet, but it was not. It was gravity. What would you call that type of machine, aside from an anti-gravity generator? And talk about what that kind of machine does, how it works, how it's powered, all of the intricacies. And please provide this in 100 different bullet points.
Orbit and centrifuge by bottles.
It wasn't like that though. It wasn't spinning.
That's what I mean. I'm talking about outside of gravity.
Yeah. So
Because
here's
that's
what it
false
here's
gravity.
here's what it's
Because
called. It has a name. It has a name. It has a name. It has a name. It's called the gravitational repulsor device, a GRD. Shape, it's half spherical design resembling a cut basketball. Core function generates a repulsive gravitational field. Interaction repels objects when they come close, similar to magnetic fields. Operating principle based on the manipulation of gravitational fields rather than electromagnetism. Field generation creates a localized gravitational field that can push away mass. Control mechanism operated through user input such as proximity sensors or manual controls. Power source hypothetically powered by a high energy reactor, possibly using element 115. Energy requirements require substantial energy input to generate the gravitational field. Efficiency. Theoretical discussions suggest high efficiency in field generation. Field shape. The repulsive field may take on a spherical or ellipsoidal shape. Distance limitation. Effective only within certain radius, diminishing with distance. Field modulation. The intensity of the repulsion could be adjustable based on setting. Safety features designed with fail-safes to prevent accidental harm. Material composition constructed from advanced materials that can withstand high energy outputs.
temperature management, incorporates cooling systems to manage heat generated during operation, user interface equipped with a control panel for monitoring and adjusting settings, visual indicators may include lights or displays to show operational status, functionality, proximity detection, uses sensors to detect nearby objects and adjust the gravitational field accordingly. Dynamic response rapidly adjusts field strength based on the input or environmental changes. Weight reduction effectively reduces the weight of objects within its influence, facilitating movement. Obstacle navigation could enable precise maneuvering around obstacles in a controlled environment. Mass negation. What's mass negation? What the last what? The last what? Weight reduction? Weight reduction. Effectively reduces the weight.
Anything to do with magnetism?
Well, they're separate. They're separate principles.
That's what I want.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, well, when it comes to a UFO, Bob Lazar said yes, they did. We read that a little earlier. It said that they worked in tandem together. Just for a moment, let me find out where it said that. Here it is. Electromagnetic propulsion. He stated that ships utilized electromagnetic propulsion in conjunction with gravity manipulation. And this checks out when he talks about it. He says that there's like this blue aura, like a blue electricity cloud that would be expelled from the bottom of the disk when it would rise off the ground, and like a little bit of a hum. So I mean that's all consistent with being electromagnetic radiation and not necessarily anything having to do with gravity. So like it says, it worked in conjunction. Now, I think the big question you may be asking is, what are the similarities and differences between gravitational waves and electromagnetic waves, or just magnetic waves? If that's a question we have, we can ask it. If we don't have that question, we don't have to ask it.
I'm still trying to form my question. The problem with gravity.
I disagree with that. 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 The modern school system, the modern university system, you don't really study gravity. You can't major in gravity. You can major in nuclear engineering, but you can't in gravity. Essentially, they don't want people to know about it. They don't want people to delve into the subject. The reason why, well, right, the reason why is it's the secret to a lot of things. Number one, well, it's the secret to time travel, perhaps. It's the secret to faster than light travel. It's the secret to more, I would say, more relevant is the secret to force field. And I've heard Bob Lazar talk about this in the past about the secrecy of it, and he has said, and I agree with him, that if you were a country and you found out this type of information, you would do everything in your power to never let that information escape, because it's so valuable that your enemy could use this information to destroy you, creating crafts that you cannot control, using gravity or using a force that you know very little about. They could create energy multiple times more than you could ever really surmise.
Have you heard of the Kozura
Enlighten me.
I can't remember something past. I get about the time energy, time energy. brain, you have to spend and that portion energy, time it, and so those are something there. Also, Shellberger, twisting, turning motion, centrifugal, and something.
I agree there's something to that. I absolutely agree there's something to that. I 100% agree with all of that.
Yeah, that's I've been aware of it, but it's another dimension. I haven't looked as much into it as I should. Sure.
Very, Cosworth here is a very mainstream site. There's a good YouTube show about the Wi-Fi. He does some pretty good.
That sounds familiar.
He has some good humor in it as well.
How do you spell that?
KHOCARR. I believe.
I got it.
Yeah, close enough. So
I started.
That's a very interesting one. But again, had people said that here, I didn't know if they were actually focused on time energy, or perhaps it also like they were vision sort of channel expression, some kind of psychic box, spirit box of sorts. But they were looking at only scientific terms versus I always there's not much of a line figure out one exactly, figure out the both.
Interesting. This Kozyrev mirror falls into this theory called morphic resonance that I've been really researching lately. It's a differential way of conceiving the soul based on memory and energy, as if memories existed in nature.
And this falls in line with what you were researching, huh?
Yeah, because the Kozyrev mirror, even though I don't know its dynamics, it proposes a sense of ESP, and that's what morphic resonance is heavily involved in, as if there's an etheric field, and there are visions from that etheric field to be transmitted and received.
Like the collective unconscious, the Sanskrit Akasha.
Yep, the Jungian collective consciousness, or the Akashic field, like from the Vedic religion.
Very interesting talking about that with you more later on, absolutely. That is something I'm very much interested in.
Yeah, I think that falls into magnetism and some sort of momentum psychosis, as Plato said, which is the transference of soul by a number.
Very impressive.
Yeah, so the mirror reminded me of that because maybe you could perceive the soul through devices like that.
Well, Juan Carlos, you should know we're live all the time. I don't go anywhere. Generally, I will let you know I'm live on 33 different platforms or so. I'm live on every major platform except for Kick. The reason why I'm not live on Kick right now, I've been live on Kick, but I've sacrificed my Kick account to be able to spam the platform as I wish. And so I basically am able to create an audience from Kick by just promoting my Discord. And But if you ever need to find me anywhere, I'm at Rabbi Rothschild on everything, including YouTube and Instagram and Twitter and all everything. And I do have a lot of accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts. I'm at over 10,000 Kick accounts now. Um, but generally, you'll be able to tell which ones are the ones that I use more often by just the amount of followers that I have. And if you ever need anything, I'm always here for you. If you ever have a question, we will get to the answers as best as we can. And
Awesome, dude.
I'm here to
Well,
support you.
I was definitely entrained by your conversation. Got a lot of good topics that I've been through for. So
Excellent.
it's awesome.
Well, I appreciate that.
Definitely on
Appreciate that.
great, uh, great, great search for Rabbi for sure.
Thank you.
Talks about.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm definitely participate more and try to become part of that.
Well, excellent.
I'm sorry, I got really bad ADHD. Apparently, this Italian accent, and that really captured my accent. My attention. Sorry.
No issue at all. So, like, here's what we do. I like to watch podcasts and lectures on everything, and so, usually when we're kind of done talking, I turn on podcasts. So if you ever hear or a lecture right now, we just finished the history of China in 5,000, the 5,000 year history of China in a 35 part lecture series. It was very good. We watched it like 4 times in a row. Very, very good. And now we just started the history of India. And so I'm just going to basically go through the major countries of the world and their histories. I mean, I know some of this, but it's good to be uh, as knowledgeable as possible. And truthfully, there are some topics that are more foreign to me than others, especially if they have had more maybe more exclusive society. So China has been very limited to the Western world for many years. So we really delved into its history the best we could, as has India in many ways. So doing my best to learn about that because frankly, when I'm on the internet in here, I meet a lot of people from China. I meet a lot of people from India. And while I understand more than your average person about both of them, I would like to really be somewhat knowledgeable. I could really care less whether I call myself an expert in any subject at all, but I just want to feel comfortable when I'm speaking with someone about that I know not only where they're from, but perhaps a part of their history. It shows that you care about the person, and I think that's really important.
Yeah, I like to watch the documentary, guys.
Excellent. Well, I'm just gonna hit play, and here's what I advise you to do. Truthfully, is you're going to search the internet, you're going to doom scroll, you're going to play a video game, whatever, and just have the Discord open whenever you're online. We're always here. It would kind of be like if we were at a coffee shop and people just chill, and it's like a place that you can always go, you can always talk with people. You can, like Caspian C just wanted to show a husky, and he wanted to share that with us, and we were able to enjoy that alongside him.
I know that it was the wrong time.
You're fine. You're fine. No, no, I'm not saying that in a disparaging way. I'm saying it's something that was an idea that came into his head, and he was able to share it with us. And great. I like huskies. I like accents. There you go. So whatever it is, if you want to share with us, feel free. And in the meantime, here is the history of India. We're glad that you're here. Well, if you want to watch it on YouTube, I can tell you what it's called. If you want to watch exactly alongside what we're seeing, it's called. I just went to. Okay, what is it called? It's called The Complete Course on Ancient Indian History. for UPSC Civil Services Examination. So basically, when I say, like, you know, we become like experts on some of this stuff, I mean, this is to pass the civil services examination. I'm not saying we're experts on India, or we will be after this, but we'll be more knowledgeable than most people. So, you can find this on YouTube if you want to follow along. If you really want me, if you're like, I really want to watch this thing, I'll send you a link. But if you're like, I'll just listen to it for right now, that's cool too. And we just started this one, so like literally, you are at the very beginning. It's the perfect time to learn it. And again, I one of my favorite things in the entire world is to have people in here to be watching a podcast or listening to a podcast. Just be on the internet, just comfortable learning, reading, being on Reddit, being on Imager, being reading an article. Um, it's amazing because if I find something cool, I can tell people about it. Or you never know who's going to come in here. Juan Carlos, I can tell you, like with pretty much a lot of certainty, that you're in the central hub of a lot of places. I consider it the epicenter of the internet. Why? Right now, I am streaming on 33 different platforms on like 2 dozen different devices. Um, and we create more data per capita than any person on Earth. Additionally, I've been in a cryptocurrency now for more than a year. I've been live in their Telegram and live in their Telegram right now. So we get people who come in from that cryptocurrency all the time. And this cryptocurrency has gone from less than 1 cent each to it's worth 22 cents each right now. Additionally, if you know who Aiden Ross is, I'm live in Aiden Ross's Discord right now. If you know who I Show Speed is, I'm live with camera on both in I Show Speed's Discord right now. No one else has that. We're basically like two of the biggest influencers on the internet. We have one mega influencer, just no one knows it yet, who is connecting both of them. I'm live in Music Biz Marty's Discord. I'm live in another person's Discord, a friend of ours, Jin's. I have multiple. I'm live in multiple in here, and I also have. Um, I would say with these bots, I've got one. I've got 5 different phone bots that I have going. That are spamming Kick. Do you have the Kick app?
Hmm?
Do you have the Kick app?
Oh no, I never tried to get that for a kid.
That's okay. I recommend checking out Kick. It's a really up and coming platform. If you ever download it, you can see I got these robots that basically spam clips. 50% of every clip that's produced on that platform has my name on it, has this Discord in it. So what will happen is we'll get random people who come in all the time. Over the course of a day, we'll get 12 different random people who come in just for me spamming them or them seeing me in Discord. Sometimes they have something to say. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just want to check out what's going on. I'm just happy that they were here. And so if you're ever wondering, like, Rabbi, how's this ever going to grow if you're just like, do you have any outreach or anything like that? Oh, definitely we have outreach. We connect with a lot of different people on different platforms. So we launched this Discord this summer. I think it was around like July 1st or something. And we've got like 1,300 people in here. Of those, like 300 or so are solid rock solid people who are like influencers and people who are definitely, I would say, people with whom you would want to collaborate in the future. So you're in a good spot. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm always here. I can't guarantee that I know the answers to your questions, but we'll do our best to find them. And with that, here's the history of India. We are happy that you are here.
Awesome. I was intently, and I sent you some screenshots. I built finance software. I heard you talk about crypto, so yeah, we could always talk about that, dude. I'm like super into finance.
Well, excellent. Well, I can tell you that our cryptocurrency is doing well, and while I'm not a dev on it, I don't want to be a dev on it. If you are interested in it at another time, it's if you want to be in that Telegram, it's t.me/HPOS10i. I know that seems complicated and such, But basically, if you just type in Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10 email, I know that's complicated as fuck as well. Um, what could I mean? It's on my shirt, but basically at any point you just be like, hey, what's that cryptocurrency again? You can say it enough. Uh, so when it comes to your crypto software, your finance software, I don't know if I personally have a use for it right now. I'm not saying I won't in the future, but it's if I come across the devs, I can certainly mention it. Have you worked on a crypto project before?
I've actually worked mostly on traditional stocks. I haven't done too much crypto trading or investing.
Okay. Well, it is the future. So if you are interested in delving into that world, you're in the right spot. I can tell you, the the central hub of the crypto world is Twitter Spaces. So if you are interested in getting more knowledgeable in the crypto world, you're not going to hear it from me because I'm not the greatest expert in it, but I know the greatest experts, and they're on crypto on Twitter Spaces. And so I would get you to those people if that's of interest to you, and you'll learn. All you have to do is listen to those conversations, and you'll become very knowledgeable with just a few weeks.
Awesome.
Excellent. All right, here we go.
Awesome, I appreciate it, man. I'll donate when I can.
Oh,
You know,
I don't want you to donate. I don't want you to donate. You keep your money. I'm going to give you money in the future. I have more data online than any person in global history. What does that mean? Eventually, I'm going to be able to monetize it. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next week, maybe the next month, maybe the next year, maybe the next decade. But eventually, I'm going to be a very hot commodity. The person who has the most amount of data online is essentially a very influential person. Why? Essentially they're the most famous person on earth, perhaps, or at least this type of data. And if you know, Bill Gates stated in the 1990s that content is king, and in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was its number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, petroleum. It had overtaken petroleum. So that means my data is worth more than diamonds, worth more than platinum. Eventually, human data is the most valuable resource on earth. So with that said, it's very exciting to perhaps be at the start of something very valuable. And when it happens, I'm going to give you money. I'm going to give your family money. I'm going to give your friends money on the condition that they start charities to help other people. So I want you to know that your generosity will echo into eternity. Juan Carlos wanted to give me money, ladies and gentlemen, and I want everybody to know I don't want Juan Carlos's money. I want to give Juan Carlos money in the future, and that's an exciting premise. But thank you so much for the offer, Juan. I appreciate it, Juan Carlos. Thank you.
Appreciate it, brother.
Absolutely, my friend.
Has seven countries in it, which is India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. If you look at the book, what we are studying, Tamil Nadu textbook, it will only say that these five countries are a part of the Indian subcontinent. But now I have tried to expand my studies, I have done some research. So these two countries are generally also counted in the Indian subcontinent. All right. So now if we talk about the Himalayan mountains, now you can see how long or how vast is the range of the Himalayan mountains. As you can see here, it starts from there. It starts somewhere near Pakistan, Afghanistan. Here, this northwestern point, what you see, this is Pamir, and then it keeps on going up to northeast.
All right.
So this is one very important geographical region of our country. Now you will say, sir, all right, but how is it related to history? We will come to this point. But before that, you need to know a few points. The first thing is the Himalayan mountains are situated to the north of India. There are a few facts also, but just go through it. As I told you, the extreme northwest point of India over here, this point, let's say this is our country. So this northwest point, what I showed you, this is the Pamir point. So it starts from Pamir in the northwest of India, and this Himalayan range will extend towards the northeast. Now, generally, the length of this is 2,560 kilometers. This length, what you see here, I'm talking, this length, what you see here, this length is 2,560 kilometers. And this is the breadth, what you see. So its average breadth is 240 to 320 kilometers. It keeps on changing. Somewhere it will be less, somewhere it will be more. Now, one more thing. These Himalayan mountains are formed as a result of the plate tectonic movement due to the folding of the land. All right, there are two kinds of movement. One is this converging movement, and then another is diverging movement. Don't worry about these terms. When we will study physical geography after ancient history, I will pick up physical geography. Sir, why you will not pick up medieval history? It is because I will keep on refreshing people. We will study, let's say, ancient history. Then let's pick up physical geography. Then let's come to medieval history. So this way, this will maintain your motivation also. So don't worry about the typical geographical aspects. We'll study all of them. All right. So the highest peak in our Himalayan is known as Mount Everest. ये सबसे ऊंची चोटी है हिमालय की, and its height is 8869 meters. Now, what is the significance of Himalayan mountains? Now, it is formed due to some geographical reasons which we told, which is the plate tectonic movement, but actually it is very helpful to us. Now, from Siberia, from the north of the Himalayan mountains, the cold Arctic winds are blowing. Now this is acting as a barrier, as a wall, and that is why it is helping to keep climate of North India fairly warm. Now you see, because of this geography, the history of India will be different. Now, if the Himalayan mountains would not have been there, our North India would have been very, very, very cold. Now, surviving in such land would have become very, very difficult. So, do you think all those battles that have taken place at Panipat or at Buxar or whatever things you will study in this course later on, do you think that would have happened if these Himalayan mountains would not have been there? No. Thus, the importance of geography is very important. And generally, if we talk about this Himalayan region, it remains inhospitable because generally it is covered with snow. All right. As I told you about these Himalayan mountains, now these Himalayan mountain ranges also has three parts. The topmost part, the point number one, what you see here, is known as Himadri or the Greater Himalayas. The middle part of these ranges is known as Himachal or Lesser Himalayas. The third one, what you see, is known as the Lower Himalayas or the Outer Himalayas, also known as Shivaliks. All right. Now, I have also mentioned the images of these three mountain ranges so that it will become easy for you to imagine. As the Greater Himalayas or Himadri is the topmost part of our Himalayan ranges, and we get cold winds from Siberia and from the Arctic region. This is very, very, very cold. You can see, as you can see the images itself, it will give you a picture that this is the most cold part of the Himalayan region. This is moderate and this is least cold. Now, least cold, don't compare this with your city if you are staying in the middle part of the country or in the southern areas. Now, these are very, very cold areas. I'm comparing these terms in respect to these three. मैं इन तीनों के बीच में differentiate कर रहा हूँ. This Karakoram range. Karakoram, the word comes from Kara, and Kara means black. So here the soil is volcanic kind of black soil. All right. This part, what you see here, this is known as Hindu Kush range, and this part, what you see here, is known as Suleiman range. So let's say you might be thinking there are so many mountains here to the north of our country. So then how will anybody get inside our nation if they wish to do so from Central Asia? Now please know there is a term what is known as passes. Passes means between two mountains or between two ranges there will be a few points which are not so high where people can enter inside. And same is the case with our Himalayan ranges also. I hope this point is clear. Now, that is why the Himalayan, first the thing is this clear that Himalayan stood as a natural barrier against the invasions. But in the northern west mountains, there are a few passes, as I told you. The name of such passes are Khyber, Bolan, Kurram, and Gomal, which provided easy route so that people could travel from Central Asia to our country. Now, these passes are situated in Hindu Kush, Suleiman, and Kirthar ranges. These important ranges, at least I have shown you in the previous diagram. Now, from prehistoric time, now this traffic has been happening. People are going from India outside to Central Asia and to the other parts from these passes, and people from Central Asia are coming to our country from these passes. Now people came here as invaders also to fight with us because India was such a rich country, so they were always attracted. People also came as immigrants. Maybe they were frustrated with their own country and they wanted a better place to survive. A few examples are Indo-Aryans. Now see those people who spoke Sanskrit. Now those people who wrote this Rig Ved, later Vedic, they are actually not uh, the native to our country. ये हमारे देश के नहीं है. So who are the people who are native to our country? Those people are basically Dravidians. Those South Indians people, what you see, these are the true people who were surviving in our country. Okay, now from when this question is unknown. But if we talk about Sanskrit speaking people or the Indo-Aryans, they came to our country somewhere around 1500 BC. We will see this in our later chapter. Then the Indo-Greeks, Parthians, Shakas, Kushans, Huns, Turks, all these people entered India through these passes. Now in this region there is another another route, what is known as Swat Valley. From here, Alexander of Macedonia also entered our country. He thought that he will conquer our country, but then he was not successful. Seeing the elephants and the rich army of the Indian people, and the weather here was hot and humid. You all know that we are somewhere in the subtropical climate. Now, again, if you are worried about what is tropical climate, what is temperate climate, and what is the polar climate, all right, don't worry, we'll study this in detail in geography. All right. So, apart from these invading armies who came here to fight, apart from the merchants, apart from these missionaries, there were many people who were coming here through these routes. Therefore, apart from the trade, in these northwestern mountains, these passes have enriched our cultural ties also with the Central Asia. हमारे देश की जो सेंट्रल एशिया के साथ जो कल्चरल टाइज हैं वो भी बहुत एनरिच हो गए हैं. All right. So the second highest peak in the world, Mount Godwin Austen, is situated in Karakoram range, which is to the north of the Himalayan range. Now, if we talk about Karakoram range, this is strategically very important because China and Pakistan have built up a road here. Now, this is in Gilgit. Gilgit is occupied right now by Pakistan, and but as it is generally inhospitable, so very little communication is possible here for most of the year. Now, one more very important thing. Nepal is also a small country under the foot of these Himalayas, and it is, though it seems to be a landlocked country, it is also possible to go to Nepal through a number of passes, which is accessible to the Gangetic Plains. Now, if I talk about the eastern region, if I talk about this mountain range, and if I talk about the eastern range, this Patkoi, Nagai, and Lushai are the mountain ranges present here. Now, immense rain happens here in the northeastern part for most of the year, and hence this remains inhospitable. And that is why northeast is cut off from our main India for most part of the year, and that is why this has remained in relatively isolation. I hope this point is clear. Now, friends, some of you were complaining that I am not teaching in English, so now I am teaching in English. Now, some of you have started complaining I am not teaching in Hindi. See, I'm trying to now teach you in simple English. Most of you, 99%, will appear the examination in English. So, please listen to this simple English so that you can translate. It will be easy for you to write in the examination in English also. Let's say if any specific point you are not able to understand, you can let me know. I will explain that point in Hindi. But generally, if I feel something is complicated, I explain that in both English and Hindi. And my English is very poor, guys. So I don't think so anybody would face problem, be it I explain any concept in English or in Hindi. All right. After understanding the Himalayan mountains, here comes the Indo-Gangetic Plains. Now, Indo-Gangetic Plains, as I told you, it has this Indus River system, it has these Ganges, it has this Brahmaputra. In between, we have these Aravalli hills, we have our Thar Desert. I hope this point is clear. Here we have the Thar Desert, not here. All right. So this point is clear. Now, why I am showing you all these pictures is so that you can visualize, you can start imagining. All right. Don't just confine yourself to text. So change the way how you study history. All right. So history is a form of a story, is a form of a chronology which you have to see, and you have to study history from different perspectives. All right, guys. Okay. So as I told you, the Indo-Gangetic Plains is irrigated by three important rivers: Ganga, Indus, and Brahmaputra. Now, please know whenever rivers will flow, all right, it will produce a very fertile land. All right, the plain which will be formed as a result of the river flow will become very fertile, and here alluvial soil will be formed. Okay. Now between this Indus and Ganga, here Thar Desert and Aravalli hills are situated. Now, if we talk about this Aravalli hills, the highest point is Mount Abu, and the height is also mentioned, 5,650 feet. All right. Now, first let's pick up this Indus river system. Now, if I talk about this Indus river, this has five tributaries: Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Satluj, and Byas. Sir, what is tributary? I have also heard about the term distributary. What is the difference between these two terms? Whenever any river flows. Now in between, if small rivers will come and contribute water to the main river, these will be called its tributaries. I hope this point is clear. Now let's see if any river is flowing, and let's say it gets divided. So this river would now be traveling into three different directions and will get distributed. So these three will be named as the distributaries of this river. I hope this point is also clear. Now, as you can see that this Indus river has five tributaries. That is why we have a state which is known as Punjab. The literal meaning of the term Punjab itself means Panch means Panch, because here we have five rivers. All right. This Indus river rises beyond the Himalayas, and I have already told you the five tributaries of this river. Now, Sindh is situated at the lower valley of this Indus, which is in Pakistan, and this is also very fertile because where the rivers will flow, we will have alluvial soil there, and it will have a very fertile soil. That is why. Okay, I will give you an example. Which state has the most population in our country? The answer is Uttar Pradesh. Why? Because the Ganga, Yamuna, and most of the rivers flows through Uttar Pradesh. Now, wherever you will find the rivers flowing, there the concentration of people will be more. Why? Today we have aeroplanes. Today we have these motor cars and all these things. In earlier times, river was a very, very important source of transportation. River was very important for drinking purpose also. River was very important for construction purpose also. At the same time, the land there was very fertile. So it was very easy to grow crops. That is why you will find most of the cities are situated on the banks or at the confluence of the rivers. I hope you are understanding. That is why if you understand geography, understanding history will become very all right. Now if I talk about the Ganga river system, this is the Ganga river system. Now here one important thing is you can see Ganga and Yamuna are are flowing almost parallel. And when two rivers are flowing, the region between these two rivers is known as Doab. It is Dab or Doab. We'll just check the spelling. But this is the region between the two rivers. All right, this Gomti, what you see, this Ghagra, what you see. All right, these are basically the important tributaries of the river Ganga. Now, I hope you have understood what is the meaning of the word tributary. All right. So, this also rises in the Himalayas. This first of all flows south and then it starts flowing eastwards. Now, Yamuna is almost flowing parallel to the Ganga. Now, the area between these two rivers is known as Doab, as I told you, Doab. Doab means the area between two rivers. Now, understand, a river will form a fertile land around it. It will have alluvial soil. Now, when two rivers are flowing, you can understand how much rich the soil here will be, how much important this area will become. And that is why you will find that many battles will be found wherever two rivers are flowing parallelly. All right. And these are some of the important tributaries of Ganga: Gomti, Sarayu, Ghagra, and Gandak. All right. Now, if I talk about Brahmaputra, this is the flow of Brahmaputra, what you see. Brahmaputra is a very slow moving river. Whenever any river will flow very slow, all right, what will happen is it will form islands. I will show you guys right now. Now, see, this is how a Brahmaputra river looks like. This is a typical example of a river flow. This is how a river will flow. But in case of a Brahmaputra, you can see in between it is forming islands also. I hope this point is clear. So in the east of India, all right, when the Ganga will go over there, it will merge into the plains of Brahmaputra. But typically this Brahmaputra will rise in the Himalaya, then it will go towards Tibet, and then to China, it will continue to flow to the plains of the northeast. In China, Brahmaputra is known as Yarlung Tsanpo. All right. Now it is a slow moving river and hence it forms several islands. ये मैंने आपको explain कर दिया कि ये बहुत slow move करती है. अब देखिए ये एक जमीन है. Okay, this is a land. Now when this river flow will start, it will break this land apart. It will make its path and it will flow. नदी पहाड़ों और जमीन में से अपना रास्ता तोड़कर अपना रास्ता निकालेगी and it will travel. Now if it is a slow moving river, it will make islands and then it will move. If it is a fast moving river, it will not be able to cover a large area of land. It will have a narrow area of land. I think you guys also are aware about that Brahmaputra is the largest river basin also. All right. Now, if I come to the summary of this, if you have understood the geography of these plains, now if we look at the historical perspective, if we look at the Indus Valley, there the Harappan culture flourished because generally, besides the river system, any civilization would like to establish itself. What is this Harappan culture, sir? I have heard somewhere. This is also known as the Indus Valley civilization. Sir, can you explain about this? Yes, don't worry. In the next chapter, we are going to talk about this. Now, this Vedic culture, it prospered on the western bank of the Gangetic Plain. So this is the eastern part of the river. This is the western part over here. The Rig Ved, whatever you will see, all those things, the Vedic culture, those all things we will discuss when we will study our chapter number 3. All these important cities are of Gangetic Plains: Banaras, Allahabad, Agra, Delhi. Now, this Patliputra is situated where Son river meets with Ganga river. Again, it becomes very, very important. And you will see that this Patliputra remained an important capital for many of the dynasties: Maurya, Shung dynasty, Gupta dynasty, and other kingdoms. Now, today, you call Patliputra as Patna, which is also the capital of Bihar. I hope this point is clear to all of you guys. Now, many important battles are fought near Kurukshetra, Dareen, Panipat. These are near Delhi. As I told you, Delhi is also near this Yamuna river, and hence it is very, very important from both geographical perspective and historical perspective. Many foreign invaders tried to come to Delhi to fight because it was a very fertile and productive land, producing a lot of wealth. Now, in old times, as I told you, the mode of communication was either through walking or through these bullock carts or let's say these rivers. So these rivers served as the arteries, and hence till the dates of East India Company, the rivers were very, very important for communication. So those people who will capture the important cities around the river will be able to control a large chunk of land. I hope this point is clear. Now the last part is this southern peninsula. As I told you, peninsula is a place which is surrounded by water from most of the sides or from three sides. All right. If I talk about the southern peninsula, now the Narmada and Tapti river which flows over here, the Vindhyas and Satpuras mountain ranges which are over here in Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, this region, this form the barrier. This is the dividing line between North and South India. Now, in the Deccan Plateau, here we have volcanic rocks. We will again study this. So it will be easy to cut and make a lot of architectural monasteries or let's say temples. That is why you will find that in South India there are a lot of temples. There are a lot of cave cut structures. What you see compared to North India. Why? Because again geography has played a very important role. Because the rock here are soft compared to the southern mountains. All right. Now this one more important thing is when you study this southern peninsula, these are the western ghats and these are the eastern ghats. These are the uplifted lands, kind of hills which run all across these western and eastern ghats. All right. The eastern ghats have less height compared to the western ghats. Why? It is because most of the rivers are east flowing rivers, and that is why this height of the eastern ghats will reduce because it will break the land, river will break the land and go into Bay of Bengal. I hope this point is clear. नदी जब बहेगी वो जमीन को तोड़ते हुए अपना रास्ता निकालेगी and thus eastern ghats will not remain that much high as compared to the western ghats. All right. So sir, if we have these ghats, so that means again this will become this will not be possible for invaders to reach India from these points. We look at this also. As I told you, Deccan Plateau will have eastern and western ghats. The southernmost part of the western ghat is known as Malabar coast. It is very important and you must have heard about it. Now, in order to now there are a certain passes in these ghats, as I've told you, between these mountain ranges, there will be a few places from where people can go. So these Junnar Pass, Kanheri Pass, Karle Pass, these were the trade routes to the western ports. So this is, let's say, the map of India. This is the western ghats. So these are the western ports. Here, there will be some passes like Junnar, Kanheri and Karle from where people from middle of this peninsula could travel to these ports and then they can travel to the elsewhere of the world and hence the trade could take place. All right, that is very important. Now, because we had these Vindhyas mountain ranges, so the culture and language was isolated of the South India from the North India from a very long time. All right. So let's say if I talk about this Malabar coast, which is situated in the western coast, and if I talk about this Kaveri Valley, where generally this Bangalore, Karnataka is situated. So these two are connected through Balaghat Pass. This is also a very, very important pass. All right. And in the entire southern peninsula, Anaimudi is the highest peak. All right. I have already told you that eastern ghats are not very high because most of the rivers are east flowing rivers and they flow into the Bay of Bengal. All right. This point is also clear. As you can see here, this is the Balaghat Pass. All right. From here, from our Kaveri Delta, people could find this pass and then they could travel here to the port cities on the western coast. I hope you are able to imagine this, which is very, very important. All right. Now, most of the rivers in the southern peninsula are also almost running parallelly. All right. So, there are only two rivers, most important rivers, which are running from east to west. This has been asked many times in UPSC, CDS examination, CAPF examination. Which of the following is a west flowing river? So Narmada and Tapti, they flow east to west and then they go into Arabian Sea. Whereas most of the rivers, they flow into Bay of Bengal. All right. So now in this southern peninsula, there are very important rivers such as Godavari, Krishna, Bhadra and Kaveri, which flows from west to east. And wherever rivers will flow, it will make a fertile land. And thus here rice cultivation is very popular. What is Doab, sir? I have already told you. The region between two rivers is known as Doab. So the region between Krishna and Tungabhadra is known as Raichur Doab. And here South Indian dynasties have fought for a long time to capture this land. All right. Apart from this, as the southern peninsula has a long coastline, we had a lot of cultural and trade ties with our neighboring countries also and the surrounding countries also, such as Java, Sumatra, Burma and Cambodia. I hope this point is clear. Here you can see the southern peninsula. You can see most of these rivers are flowing parallelly. This Narmada and Tapti, what you see, this flows from east to west and they flow into the Arabian Sea. Whereas most of the rivers, if you see, they flow into Bay of Bengal. Alright, these were the important rivers. This Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri. Alright, this point is clear. Now, the last point of this chapter. Now you see these pre-Aryans. Pre-Aryans are Dravidians who were basically staying in India. Then the Aryans who came during this Vedic era, these Greeks and these other foreigners who came to India, okay, they got mingled up with our Indian culture so much that today nobody can look at you and say that you belong to the Han dynasty or you came from Turkey or you came from Greece or you are an Indo-Aryan or you are a Dravidian. All of them have so much mixed up with each other, and this is what makes our Indian culture so beautiful and so vast and rich. And that is why we are talking about this diversity. If you would have watched our polity course, you would be able to relate to this. All right. See, if I talk about the Vedic text, Vedic text were written by those people who came to India in 1500 BC, who were Indo-Aryans. If you're not able to visualize, don't worry. This is just the first chapter of this class. They have mentioned about Dravidian people in their textbooks. Similarly, in the Sangam literature, which is written by Dravidian people, they have mentioned about Sanskrit and Pali language. Who have introduced this Sanskrit and Pali language? These Indo-Aryan came to India. All right. This point is also clear. In ancient India, now, apart from the birth of Hinduism, there were other religions also which were born. Jainism and Buddhism. Apart from that, we saw that Christianity and Islam came to our India. So whenever somebody, see, don't take it in a political way. If somebody says that this country is not for Islam or for Christian, I feel very, very angry. Why? This country is for everybody. Because even this Hinduism, what we see here, the Indo-Aryans also came to our country. So everybody has actually come to our country. All right. So this entire world is a global village. People can travel from one place to the other. All right. It is very wrong to say that this country is only for Hindus. Okay. Now don't take it in a political way. Okay. You have to be apolitical if you are preparing for UPSC. So you have to be secular if you are preparing for UPSC. You have to respect all religions. You have to give place to all religions. All right. So as we have all these religions in our country, India has become such a diverse and such a beautiful country. All right. And even this name, what we hear, Bharatvarsh, this was given to the entire country after the tribe Bharat. We'll talk about this tribe also later on. Now, this and in the ancient Indian history, entire country was united. Earlier, what was happened? Different regions were ruled by different kings. But at least two times in the ancient Indian history, during the rule of Mauryans and during the rule of Gupta Empire, also recognize the unity of our country. Now, as you know, that there was a river which was flowing, which was Indus, to the northwestern part of our country. Now, this river was also known as Sindhu. So, instead of Sindhu, sometimes they used to call this river as Indus, and that is why our country is now known as India from this river. Another thing is this India word has come from Greek word. And let's say if you're saying that no, Hind is our word, Hindustan. No, this is also Persian and Arabic word. Okay, and this Sindhu is a Sanskrit term. Alright, this is just I'm giving you an overview. You should know about our country.
What's
You
going on,
should
Pam?
know about how these different geographies.
Yeah.
What's good? You ready? You ready?
Where is fucking?
Dog, it's not my turn to watch it, baby.
I need Zero Cast.
Well, you're not gonna get it. You can meet our new friend though, Juan Carlos. Juan Carlos is Riser Juan Carlos. Alright, well, you're just gonna have to wait on him. We're watching the history of India. In the meantime, D.
Later on, we'll see that there are a lot of wars happening, there are a lot of battles happening. You will be able to understand why they are happening. At what place they are happening. Are they happening at coastal area? Are they happening near the fertile plains? What will be the geographical significance of that land? Today also, let's see if I talk about Siachen Glacier. Alright. India is spending in crores of rupees every day over there. Alright. So what is the importance of that? Because it is at a strategic importance where we can look at China, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. It is very, very important point for us. So strategic locations
Is
are
he?
always important to us. I hope this is clear. So I hope this first chapter was very much beneficial to all of you. I request all of you to share about our UPSC digital library to maximum people. Please join our Telegram channel, our Instagram page, and our Facebook page, because I will share notes with you, books with you, PDFs with you, whatever will be the required resources, and whatever will be the new updates. You will get the new updates before our YouTube channel on these three different resources. So I hope this channel was beneficial to all of you. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on ancient Indian history. So far, we have seen two videos in this course. The first was the introduction class, and the second was chapter 1, in which we saw the geographical features and their impact on.
Yeah, what in the fuck
He's
is...
joining the VC in a sec. But he's in the minigo.
Oh, okay.
Important role in the country or any other part of the global village. It will be very, very easy to understand how the history would be framed. In this chapter, we will try to understand what is the prehistory of India, and then we will also look at an example of one of the oldest civilization near or at our nation. Now, why I am saying near or at our nation, this answer will be also
Bingo.
looked into at the later stage of this video. So let us quickly start chapter 2, prehistoric India and the Harappan. Now, before we proceed further, before we start looking up the facts, we need to understand the story.
Dog, this is the most populous country in the United States. You want me to mute it? JK, in the world, motherfucker, and you want me to mute it? Dog, do you remember that time that Caspian Sea joined?
I'm joined. I'm literally.
Join rabbis and play.
He did. He good.
He has to have play.
That's not true at all. You're making up lies, dog. Oh, what horseshit? You know that's horseshit. That was the perfect shot, and that's horseshit. I just wanted to let everybody know. HORSESHIT. Kids, in the future, when you want a definition of what horseshit is, it would be that right there. It ain't bullshit, baby. That is 100% horse shit.
That actually was. Oh wait, no, I think Caspian had a perfect shot. Even his is going to be too
To this
far. Still an amazing.
Thank you very much. I do my best to possible as you I'm fun. The best of the Halloween courses. Not got all the bullshit there. As much of it.
What are you talking about bullshit, man? You mean the fucking amazing portals?
I hate the Halloween stuff.
I wish there was more holes that they added, but there's not as many holes, I think. Honestly, it's refreshing though to play the new holes, so who knows how long this will last.
That was a really good shot. Riser's fucked, and I love it. I love when Riser's fucked. It's like my fave. Miss it.
Oh my god, wow.
What a beautiful
Thank
shot.
you very much.
What a beautiful
That's
shot.
what you call a perfect shot.
That was amazing, dog. That was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
I hate this hole.
I have an advantage. You guys are getting knocked out. Not getting in the fucking circle unless Rabbi can maybe in there.
That almost did it.
Actually, that's a good shot.
It's not good. I don't know why you. Way to just give him the hole. Dog, way to just give him the fucking hole. He's gonna bounce backwards.
Oh,
Bye. Good job.
you're welcome.
I could not have done none of that, you guys. You got me the right angle.
Oh, you
possible way.
Hit my ball. Fight for that 1 point, that remaining 1 point. That
You're on your ball.
dog. What the fuck? That was good.
Oh wow, that was horrible. Horrible shot.
I don't think it was horrible at all. I think my shot was pretty good, actually.
No, you could have knocked my ball in. You still do have to. Alright, I guess we're not scoring on this one.
Both right. I like running.
Oh wow. Oh, that was bullshit.
I like this hole.
Oh, Zoot fucking joined?
What are you talking about?
I just got a notification that he's connected.
Oh, that's
what
an
the
interesting.
fuck is that?
That's interesting. I don't really like it, but it's interesting.
You can go on the bottom, I think.
Knock my ball. Oh, that's a good shot. That's an interesting shot. Water bumping. That's a really good shot. Get in the water. Get in the water.
I don't know why that helped you, Rabbi.
I know.
You still have to go. Not take.
I was a little fearful that I might go in the water. But that, right, I should have. You're correct. What a shot.
Oh, wow. Oh, thank you.
It's just so easy to fall in the fucking water. It's terrible. Oh. Boy, you guys are making. I need one of the best shots ever.
You can make this. You can make that. It would be like that's a shot. Easily.
Very funny. Shout out to Zoot. I love Zoot. I love Zoot. Dude, Caspian C's pitching a perfect game.
I don't believe that he played.
That's what he does.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what a good shot. Riser. Riser.
There's a phone museum shot of fucking amazing.
Wow, you guys are good. Both got me.
Hit my ball, that'd be tight. I just want you to know that. If you hit my ball and propel it forward, that would be very much appreciated. Alright. Riser is kind of a perfect angle, a sexy shot. He's not going to do it, though.
No.
What would you think about? Perfect. Perfect.
Oh,
Hilarious.
thank
Public. I love that shot. Hit my ball, B. Oh, this is a shot. This is not. You kind of fucking. What would you do? What would you do? Here? Oh, like this?
Yeah.
Like that?
Here. There you go. There you go.
Just the best advice.
Yeah,
The best advice you could. I was not thinking that, man. I was not thinking that at all. Oh, great shot.
Oh,
And Caspian C.
where's my ball again? Yeah, fucking trashy. Bullshit angle.
Caspian C to continue a perfect game. Wow.
Oh, wow.
No one's touching him this game.
Oh. Okay.
He doesn't know the secret.
He doesn't know about the shadow? Yeah.
I don't know what the shadow
I'm
is.
never playing with you again.
I don't know what the shadow is. Oh, the shadow. That's right. Of course, the shadow. How could I forget? That's the Riser Special. I call that bitch the Riser Special. And we can thank Riser for that. That's how you play it, son. Oh, what an interesting shot. Look at this. Not what I wanted. Don't do what you wanted to. Don't do what I wanted. Don't do what I did. You want to put some. Oh, that's a terrible shot. This is what you want to do. Dog, what the fuck? I think that is the shittiest thing. Portals should be one way only. One way only portals. When you stick your dick in a chick, you don't fly through the other side. Stick your dick in a chick. Damn.
No.
Oh, wow, you stuck like immediately. This is a shot. Damn. Bounce. Dude, this I'm the worst person at this. I've never gotten to the third spot, I don't think. He has an interesting shot. But he can go easily into the water here. Or not.
Spiral rainbow.
Dog. Terrible shots. Terrible.
Oh,
That was dude, Riser, I have a question for you. Is it when you're hitting it, is it kind of a guess? Like, cause you gotta fuck with all the arrows and stuff. Right. Dude, Caspian Sea would have gotten a perfect score. No, there's skill involved. There's skill involved. You're not showing it there. But there's definitely skill involved.
oh, there it goes. But now you just have to the next two.
Is it possible for
Oh, get the fuck out. Oh.
it is not
So
possible.
even if I see it,
Yeah, Caspian Sea, excellent win. You really kind of deserved, in my opinion, the perfect game. Dog, you're really good at it, so I don't know why you bitch about it. I think you secretly love it. Okay, Caspian Sea's up 1. Dog, let's see what you got now. One of the best shots you're ever going to see right here.
I actually like this hole because well, I mean, if you fuck it up on the tee shot, then you're screwed up. But
That was
assuming you make a tee shot, then
that was
it's pretty
terrible.
on it.
This hole sucks. This hole absolutely sucks. I don't know why you don't think this hole sucks.
Oh, they put up there. Nice. Nice. So
Caspian Sea.
even if you get an amazing shot, you're still fucking good.
There you go. That makes me feel better. Oh yeah. Just no. No. Keep going. You keep going. Yours keeps going. A little bit more. Force shit, dog. Hit his ball. Oh.
Stay ball.
Yeah, you do. But he's got to hit. before. Oh no, you. Oh man, perfect shot. Just gave him the win. Hit my ball, Caspian. Come on, be a chap. That's not it. Maybe I'll hit it. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. So if he did that, ooh,
Amazing.
I'll take it. Are you going high or low?
Anywhere but
Are you sure of that? I still kind of think you can. It just.
Oh yeah, no, I landed it like right along the edge of the brick square,
Yeah.
like perfectly and shot it straight. But unless you're like lined up perfect, I don't think it's gonna happen. So other quirky thing about this fucking game is like if you don't execute everything perfectly, trying to get into the fucking like little brick passages, nothing works. Alright.
That's a really good shot, and I can't really fuck with your ball.
No, I think you can because it'll just bounce down.
I don't think you have a shot to make it. Maybe. Oh, like that, maybe. You did. You definitely did. I want Caspian C to make it right now. This is the first hole. Oh no, Caspian C still hasn't we still technically have not beaten Caspian Show Hill. Go on the inside. Go on the inside. Inside. Yeah, there you go. That's okay. Don't feel bad about it. It's basically impossible. Dude, listen to this. This is a hell of a statistic. We've gone 6 holes, and neither Riser nor I have won a hole outright. I have an interesting idea.
Goes a long way. Oh, what was that?
I mean, it's not a perfect shot, but it's a good position. Oh, just a little short. Caspian C, what's he gonna do? Don't hit my ball. Oh.
Oh wow.
That was a good shot. Okay.
That's 3.
No way. This is a good shot.
Wow. Doing anything for Thanksgiving this weekend? Canadian Thanksgiving. You don't celebrate Canadian Thanksgiving? What's wrong? Never realized now.
Block his ball. A block here would be perfect, and that's exactly what he did. This is the first. This is the first hole where Caspian C has not won outright. Or no, first time someone has beaten him not outright. If you don't hit his ball, great shot, Riser, and you took away. Oh no, he can still tie us. Oh no way, I was incorrect on this one. Oh, he still has a shot. No. Oh wow, first finally, and we both got him. Finally, he has 0 points.
This one was such a fucking dumb hole. Water bump. If you go for the bridge first, you're getting water bumped. Might as well go deep, but you just get water bumped. Except for where your ball is, it's kind of good.
It's a weird spot.
But
not a good
It's
spot.
not a good spot on.
It isn't. It is not. But it can be devastating for water bumping.
Yeah.
It can be devastating for water bumping.
Alright. Wow. Playing like a true. Oh no.
Hey,
Alright, well that's
wait,
bumped
but that's
too.
getting water bumped. Is it getting water bumped easily? Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But then, is it
So it's
sand?
gonna be repeat.
Oh, water bump him. What a great water
Oh,
bump.
right.
What a
Yes. From yeah. No, it's not gonna work. It's actually not gonna work. Way
short.
too little.
Way too little.
Way too much.
No, that's too much. There you go. That's dude. How didn't you hit anything? You went right between the mummy and the tombstone.
Oh, perfect shot, Caspian. You can get the next one in. No, it's a block.
Oh,
Block.
okay. I'll live with it. Caspian Sea, fuck him up. There you go, dog.
Yes.
Get in.
Oh,
That's not what you wanted, Riser. That isn't good for you. Oh, what? Oh, because I knocked you in. Oh no, that was good. That was good for you. I was fortunate to get any points. That is an excellent shot, Riser. I absolutely love these people in I shows they talk about me. They just openly talk about me. I love it.
rabbit.
They call me that all the time. That was a pretty good shot. I'm gonna do my best, but I'm gonna show you a better shot.
Why would you? What are you trying to do this?
There you go.
And then you proceed to like the worst shot in the history of fucking all
Were
shots.
you trying to do this? I was Luke, come here, come. Oh, that was a good shot. That was a very, very good shot. Incredible. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. That's what I'm talking about. That you blocked me. I might be able to get in on the inside. Riser, make this putt.
Oh,
How'd you like that, dog? Make it, Caspian Sea. Oh, dude, what if he made it in the other hole? That would have been amazing. Finally, Caspian Sea taking some L's. He goes, like, just dominates us in the previous, and then this one. Dude, Riser has the lead? This is horseshit. That is a great shot. Riser.
that's what I do.
I could. Oh, I can't.
Plenty more where that.
Oh, no. That's a terrible shot, and it will probably cost me the game.
No, because you.
I have an incredible idea though. Ready for this idea?
Off the zombie, and then
I don't, actually don't.
that's going water.
Short of the water, folks. Short of the water. That's not what I wanted to do. Did you like that though? You could. Not like that. Dude, that was a bad shot of yours. You got rid of the thing in my way. Could I fucking... Oh, this is like... Okay, I could go for it. But it's smarter to just get the two. Or get the two putt. I could have gone for it to try to beat you. Actually, that... I don't know what hole we're on. Are we on 4 or 5?
Oh, yeah, you need the points, so you should have taken the risk, not flubbed it for a second one.
I agree with you. I should have gone for it. Horse? Shit. Alright. Riser. How many? One more?
One more round.
Okay, here we go. Lock in. Riser, take your shot. Quit taking forever. When you get into Riser's head, that's actually a really nice shot. I just like how that shot went. I appreciate the angle. It was smooth. That's a good shot. I'm going to try to emulate it. I like it, baby. I like it. They call me Euclid because I made geometry cool. Now this is a good shot.
Honestly, fucking little like portal rainbow things over the pinwheels.
Because you can control. Alright, remember that time Caspian Sea put his ball down and hit it? And just did it without any kind of... any trying, and yet does a way better shot than we did. Way better. Way better. His shot is amazing. Our shots are like, okay, average. But his shot was amazing. Water bump him. I'm going to water bump him. I don't think it's possible.
Oh, no, that's definitely possible. Oh, he fucking did it.
I didn't water bump you, but kind of fucked you. He could water bump me or water bump you. Oh, he helped him. You helped him so much, Caspian Sea.
Really? I have a next shot.
He gave you an extra... He gave you a shot. You were fucked.
I helped you.
You did not help me.
Yeah, you can go straight through the puddle and then bank it.
Did you just hear yourself? You can go straight through the puddle. Go fuck yourself, dude. With that fucking misinformation. You want me to fucking drown is what you want. Oh, you can just go through the puddle. You can't touch any of the water in this bitch or you're fucked. Hidden hole. Hidden hole.
I was going in the water.
Hidden hole. Hidden hole.
Wow, there's a surprising amount of water on.
Floor water hazard. What are you gonna do? Take your shot, dog. That was good. I think that was a good shot. You didn't hit the obstacles? Perfect, thank you. Perfect. Oh, no, 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 no. Sit. Sit. I'll take it. Bounce it off my... Oh, man, that almost went in. in like the strangest of ways. This is all water. This is so wet, it should bring its swimming trunks. This is so wet, bring your bathing suit, baby.
Right. Mike? Oh wait. Yeah.
Water. Off the tree, dog. That's your only shot. Off the tree. Can do it though. Nope. Yep. There you go. It's probably the only shot you had, but you tried. Caspian Sea has a nice little opportunity.
I know it.
That would have been cool. I wanted to see that happen. Too bad. Rabbi out to the fast lead. Here we go, baby.
Yeah. There's a safe strategy on this one that you can't deny.
Oh shit! I forgot. I fucked it up, but I ruined it. I ruined the team play. Ruined the TT. And then everybody does that, and that sucks. Ooh, that's not gonna work.
You can water bump the team.
I know. There's a strategy. You can't. Maybe if you go slow. Too fast. Way too fast. Way too fast, dog. Beautiful. Way to come back.
Oh.
Oh no. Yep.
Oh,
Almost as badly as that. Almost as badly as that. Let's see your shot. How you doing there, King Kong? Ooh, that was a good shot. That's a racial slur. You want to avoid using that?
Oh, is that a bad turn?
It is. A lot of people don't know. It's not something you want to use. It's anti-Romani people, formerly known as, yeah, the people who were like, they used to refer to these people as, this is not to be, for the future, I'm doing this for educational purposes. They were the people known as the Gypsy people. They're now known as the Romani people. And the term that you used is a slur. That's okay. It's one that a lot of people don't know. Another one that people don't know is paddy wagon. Paddy wagon is a word that people use that people don't recognize. All right. The Irish.
Do your strategy, but
Razor has a chance to really fuck me. That's not a good shot.
what?
That is not a good shot. Oh, but that is one of the best shots I could have ever had. Caspian Sea, that's a good shot. It was almost. Ooh! That would have been it.
Damn it. I don't think I'm winning this at all.
I'm in agreement with you. I want to play that pussy hole. I never do well on it because I'm always distracted by that pussy. I want to be that clit, and that's not where the hole is. After that clit, I want to chew on it like bubble gum. Oh, riser, riser. That was not it, dog. Riser, that was not the shot you wanted. Caspian Sea puts a pillow over your face. Oh, that was good. But too little, too late, son. Caspian Sea coming up with the number 2 spot. Alright, I hate this hole.
Oh, that's fun. Okay.
Oh boy, I helped everybody. Oh, thank you for advancing my ball, giving me an excellent second shot. Thank you even more for making it an even better second shot. Here we go.
Alright, let's see your shot, dude. What a nice shot. Why don't you just give him the point?
That's not how you do it. You fucked up. Nope, that's a good shot. That's okay. This is too short.
Oh,
Told
my
you,
God,
dog.
I have it perfect.
What an amazing shot.
Fuck.
That was one of the best shots I've ever had because I wasn't even trying. I was like, oh, there's no fucking way. It's too far away. And I fucking got it. Oh, wow, was that a fortunate shot.
Wow, you got so lucky that you got points there because
So fortunate.
Caspian would be like you'd be a 4.
How about I just give you guys the win?
No, this whole
I just gave you the win.
no. Oh, 2 in a row.
And he knows the secret now. Fuck.
There's no secret. You have to have like a good angle or else you will not get. Oh, that might work. That might work. If I hit a perfect shot here, I could really
Fuck.
fuck.
Oh, dude, you gave me life. Even though I still have it teed off.
I've never completed this goal.
I've never been so shitty off a tee. Terrible, terrible shot.
I was like, oh my, worst shot ever. Eyes are red. Here comes fucking this
No.
guy.
No, it's impossible.
Oh no, I helped him. You can, if you oh, never mind.
Last shot.
I don't think.
Oh. That fucking tee gave Caspian Sea the fucking win. Nice win, Caspian Sea. It was horseshit. I let him win. Everybody knows I let him win. I didn't even lose. I just let him win.
We all have gold coming back. Now, if you look at this picture here, there must have been a time
Halloween clothes
wherein
sucks.
all our
I'm
hands
distracted by that
were
pussy.
used for, but there must have been some
This is
time
a Canadian
wherein
Thanksgiving.
where we would have tried to stand on just our and thus our hand would have become free. कभी ना कभी तो ऐसा हुआ होगा कि चार पैरों पे चलते चलते हमको ये रियलाइज होना शुरू हो गया होगा ये
Motherfucker,
एक दिन
speak
में नहीं हुआ होगा.
English.
This would not have happened in one day, but over a series of events, let's say 100, let's say 1,000 years or 2,000 years, wherein we would have felt that we can manage and we can walk in two legs.
Riser, when all is said and done, I'm gonna have Frosty make our own version of the history of India, and it's gonna be 10 times better.
And then what will happen? Our hands will become other works such as picking up objects or eating something with just
There's going to be a whole chapter on old school RuneScape.
our hands. Or let's say we can walk also. Otherwise, if you look at any other animal such as a dog will first of all sit and with first of its 2 feet with its paws, it will try to hold the food and then eat the food. I hope you guys are getting this point.
Fuck yeah,
So
we get this point,
remarkable
baby.
evolution must have taken a lot of time, in which now we have got an erect spinal cord, though generally it is in the form of double S shape. Right now, our spinal cord is in double S shape. Okay, we will not go much into the biological details, but the main thing what I want to tell you is from 4 feet we came to 2 feet, which has helped us to increase our height. Now, if we are walking on 4 feet, our range of seeing at things is much lesser. Whereas, let's say you are standing in a forest in a grassland. Now, if you stand up, you can see above the grass and you can find out your enemy. So this was very, very important thing that has happened in the past. Second, very important thing in the history, what happened was the discovery of fire. Now, initially, how individuals would have come to know about fire was through thunderstorms or the fires that break out in the forest. Now, initially they would have got scared from the fire and they would have run away. वो आग से डरकर भागते होंगे because it feels pain once we get burned. But slowly, as they started walking, their hands became free. They would have realized if they start playing with stones and if they start striking stones together, it might generate fire. And even if they take any wooden piece and if they start rubbing it on another surface, it may also generate fire. So this also would have not happened in one day. This also might have happened in India at some point of time, might have happened in Australia at another point of time. So uh, do not exactly learn what are the dates in ancient history because we do not have any written records for them. Through the archaeological scientific evidence, we try to analyze that this might have happened at so and so time. I hope this point is also clear. Now, when we talk about history, obviously we talk about these terms such as BC and AD. We also talk about BCE and CE. So what are these terms? So BC stands for before Christ, before the birth of Christ. Now you will also find AD. Some people say that this is after death, but this has generally come from a Latin word Anno Domini, which means in the year of the Lord. So right now, if we say that 2020, so we will say 2020 AD. So you have to go back in time up 1 AD. Now before that, it will be 1 BC. And then this will happen in reverse order. 2 BC, 3 BC. So this way, this chronology will happen. Same thing, this BC and AD, same thing you can replace with before Common Era, which is BCE, and CE Common Era. Now most of the countries, they're using BC and AD because you all know that the Britishers have had huge colonies in most of the countries in the world. That is why, that is why even in India, we started following this BC and AD sort of calendar around 200 years ago. Why 200 years ago? Because from 1858, Government of India Act was passed, and we were actually following the rules that were laid out by the British government. I hope this is clear. Let us proceed. Now, if we talk about our prehistoric time, as I have already told you, we do not have any written records for them. Whereas we still have a lot of archaeological remains through which we are able to reconstruct the history. हमारे पास कोई लिखित प्रमाण नहीं है, लेकिन हम आर्कियोलॉजिकल एविडेंसेस से पता लगाते हैं कि प्री हिस्टोरिक टाइम में क्या हुआ होगा. All right. Now, what are those archaeological things through which or remains through which we come to know about our prehistory? These includes the stone tools, the pottery, the other artifacts, and the metal implements. And thus, this development of archaeology has helped us a lot understand about the life and culture of the prehistoric period. Now, when we will talk about prehistoric period, we will talk about a few ages. All right. The first will be Paleolithic, which is before 10,000 BC. Second will be Mesolithic, which will be before 10,000 to 6,000. Third will be Neolithic, which will be between 6,000 to 4,000. And then we'll talk about Metal Age, where I have not specified the time. Even right now also, the Metal Age is going on. We still use metal. We can also say that right now the technology age is also going on, because now we are immensely using technologies. The industrial revolution happened, and right now this is, you can say, the fourth phase of the industrial revolution, in which we are talking about big data and how we can virtualize the things, or how we can automate things. All right. Anyways, sir, what is the meaning of Paleolithic? What is the meaning of Mesolithic? What is the meaning of Neolithic? See, lithic means stone, means पत्थर. lithic का मतलब होता है पत्थर. Paleo means old, that is why it is old stone. Meso means middle, that is why it is middle stone age. Neo means new, and that is why it is new stone age. I hope this point is clear. One more thing is, once after the Neolithic age, that means after 4000 BC, when we will enter into Metal Age, please know that first we came to know about copper and bronze. All right. So iron was not probably the first metal to be discovered. So after this, we came to know about iron, and we came to know about copper and bronze. We came to know about gold and silver. Later on, approximately from 1500 BC, we came to know about iron. So when we will study Harappan civilization or Harappan culture, please know that generally this question used to be asked previously in the exam, that which of the following metal was not known to the Harappan culture, and examples were gold, silver, this copper and iron. So the answer is iron. Iron was not known to them. All right. So we will look into that. One more thing is, these date ranges also, what I am telling you, these are also not uniform. Okay, these are just an approximation. So don't come back to me saying that in so and so book some other date is mentioned, and in this book you are telling that this is the right date. All right. I've already told you these periods are not uniform. Okay, and the dating of this is done scientifically. One of the techniques is radiocarbon. It is measured on the base of loss in the carbon in organic matter. एक टेक्निक है रेडियो कार्बन डेटिंग. हर ऑर्गेनिज्म में कार्बन होगा, हाइड्रोजन होगा और ऑक्सीजन होगा. These are the organic elements based on which we are made up of. Now we will lose carbon year after year. So due to this loss of carbon, we are able to predict the age. Another such dating method is dendrochronology. This refers to the number of tree rings. Let us have a look at them one by one. Now, this is an example of radiocarbon dating. Now, if you look at this animal, let's say at the time of death, this animal will have 100% of its carbon 14 element in it, the isotope of this. All right. After a few years, 50% of the carbon 14 will be lost. After, let's say, these many years, only this much percentage of carbon 14 will be left. And after these many years, this much percent of carbon 14 will be left. So based on this, we can identify the age of this. How exactly now this is identified? This is a subject of archaeology, but I hope I have given you guys a rough idea. Let us move forward. I also told you about one more term, that is dendrochronology. So now you guys can see it. This is a tree. And let's see if we cut a tree. Okay, first of all, I'm not encouraging anybody to cut tree. Okay, save environment, because at the end of the day, that is how we will sustain, we will get a sustainable development. All right, we need a good environment and a good nature for our survival. So if you cut a tree, or let's say there's a broken tree kept and you cut it, you will see these sort of ring structures in that. Based on that also, you can find out the age of a tree. For example, here, let's say this is 1960. Now, if you start counting this up to 10, you can say that 10 years have so far passed. So this way also, the age is being found by the archaeologist. And you know, there are a few trees who live for 100 years, who live for 1,000 years. And thus, it would be helpful for archaeologists to find out if there is something relevant to them. I hope that you can see this cave. People are staying over here and they are hunting animals and they are eating. When they used to draw inside the caves also for passing their time. All right. So food was obtained by hunting animals and gathering edible plants and animals. That is why they are not agriculture people. They are not farmers. They are hunter gatherers. All right. And what tools they used to use? Suppose hand sized, they used to get stones and pebbles near the water sources. Nadi kinare, near the river, we will get these stones. They used to gather them and they used to make their hunting tools from them. All right. Now, as this I have already told, large pebbles they used to get near the river surface. Now, if they have to hunt a large animal such as, let's say, a bull, big bull for hunting. So one person, it's very difficult for one person to hunt that. So multiple people used to work together and I told you they used to do painting also sometimes when they were free, and some paintings have been found in places such as Bedka is in Madhya. All right. So these are some of the famous sites of the old stone. These are some of the examples. Here, some of the prominent Paleolithic sites have been mentioned in this map. You can pause this video and you can locate them. Sometimes in UPSC mains, they ask a few Paleolithic sites and they ask you to locate them on the map. Alright, it's because you do not have to mug up things.
In the flesh, baby. How we living, pimps? I love you too. Apologies. I know. I know. If you've ever seen my bots, excellent. I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity. I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore, and I spam for world peace to make people aware of my stream. Well, they're probably right on being the biggest troll. I need to do it so that people are aware of who I am. You have to understand, I would be a normal streamer to you, and you would have no idea who I am but for the fact that I spam. Okay. Yeah. He does not like me. Oh, I appreciate it. Excellent. So let me tell you about what I do. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, on Instagram, on 33 different platforms, on 8 different devices at a given time. I am. I'm an American Jew. So if you don't mind, I'd love to tell you about my project. Excellent. Absolutely. So thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the opportunity. So we talk about some things on my stream that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology. We talk about de-extinction. We talk about things like fission energy, fusion energy, tidal power, geothermal power. We talk about things like mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download. I mean this when I say it. If you remember anything about what I'm going to say, it's this. I don't think that the people in here are ever going to die because of the fact that we have mind uploading technology, and that may change the way that you address your life. The reason why I say that is because we have the ability to scan your brain into a computer and have that information stored at a later date and that can be downloaded into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an avatar, an android, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. And I want you to know that if you haven't considered the opportunity, perhaps at digital immortality, you may have an opportunity, and that's a really exciting premise. I'm not here to do any of that. I want you to be able. No, no, absolutely, absolutely not. And you should know this is if you want. If you want to live a normal life of age 80 or 100 or 120 and die like a normal person. Hell yeah, I think we're all looking for 69, baby. Absolutely. Well, I tell you what, I'm looking for 69 too, but if I want to go a little older than that, you never know. But whatever age you want to be comfortable with leaving, you can have that option too. But I want people to know if you want it. So there are some other discussions that we have. Oh, okay, well, maybe it may sound like a punishment to you. As I've said, I spam because I want people to know that I stream my life for world peace. This stream goes back to the pandemic. We've we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. A lot of people don't know who the Queen of England was. Absolutely. So, what else do we discuss on this stream? I appreciate that. Some other things that we discuss in addition to ending war with through world peace, we talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology. Some of the types of technology that we want to utilize on a larger scale are things like agricultural drones, are things like floating greenhouses, like vertical farming, like hydroponics, like saltwater greenhouses, through cloud seeding perhaps. We want to end greenhouses. Saltwater greenhouses. It's essentially a way that you can use salt water and reverse osmosis to be able to irrigate plants. Okay, well, I want you to know that I appreciate the opportunity you have been here and to tell you about my project. I know you're not. I know you're not. You gave me a very nice opportunity to be able to tell you about my project, and I've had the opportunity to, and I answered your question why I spam everybody. Certainly. I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365. I thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You should know that the reason why you all know who I am is because of my bots. But for my bots, you wouldn't know who I am. And I would have to come in here and explain to you. You know who I am. And I want you to know I really appreciate that. Excellent. I'm not. Exactly. Exactly. For publicity, it's free advertising. I'm living my life as well as I can. Okay. How are you? How are you? Excellent. I'm doing well too. Absolutely. Okay, so let me close on this subject. It's known as de-extinction. If you aren't familiar with de-extinction, one of the things that we have with de-extinction, eh, I understand that we've moved on to de-extinction. We've no, I'm talking about de-extinction. There's a company called Colossal Bioscientific that was founded in 2021 that have that goal to bring back the woolly mammoth by 2028 and reintroduce. Hey guys, I'm just gonna be honest with you. If I can't tell you about this stuff, or if I have to talk over it, it doesn't work. So I want you to know. I'm gonna close on this. There's a company called Colossal Bioscientific. I suggest you all look into it. By 2028, they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth. After the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. And I think that's a really exciting future. I agree. I agree. I, anything that you may be able to want in the future may be a possibility with technology, and I have a very positive outlook on it. And with that, I want you to know I really appreciate your time, and sincerely, I want to help all of you in the future. If my stream ever goes viral, I'm going to make sure to take care of all of you, all of your families, and your friends. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. World peace, baby. Shout out to those guys. They were really, really nice. Did you hear me, kids? Wow, we have a celebrity. Yeah, you do.
You have to isolate. Here, I have already told you what was the characteristics of people. लोग कैसे रहते थे, क्या खाते थे, कैसे जीते थे, ये मैंने आप लोगों को बता दिया. Now, how was the lifestyle of people in Mesolithic? Now, the lifestyle of people in this date ranges approximately 10,000 BC to 6,000 BC. All right. Now, this was a transitional phase between the old Stone Age and the new Stone Age. Okay, some of the remains these are some of the places where Mesolithic remains have been found. Here also people used to have some paintings and engravings in the rock shelters, which also tell about their social and economic life. Now another important thing is here these stone tools that they were using. Earlier they were using big stones. Now the size of the stone got significantly reduced. Some of these stone tools got reduced so much that they were not more than 5 centimeters in size. And such stone tools were known as microliths. Micro means small, alright, and lith means stone. So even very small stone tools were also used. This you can see. This is a very small stone tool being used. Where this was used, sir? Now you all know that they were hunter gatherers. That means they used to hunt the animals and they used to eat. They used to collect fruits also and edible plants also to eat. Now, as the size of the stone tool got reduced, so now they were able to hunt small animals also. Now you tell me, you go to a pond, do you think with a big stone it is easy to catch a fish? Or let's say you have a small stone tool and which you tie to a stick and then you try to hunt a fish. Obviously this case would be easier, and that is why the hunting from big animals to the small animals also started. They also started using bow and arrow because now they realized that small stone tools can also be used. They started staying at a place for a longer time because they learned what is known as horticulture. Now, I will explain you this. See, they do not become a full-scale settled people, or they do not realize what exactly is agriculture completely. लेकिन क्या हुआ? Let's say when they were eating fruits or something, sometimes the seed will fall, and they will see that the plants are growing from there. They must have felt that if we take care of these plants, so we don't have to go to another place. We can stay here, we can take care of these plants. In the meanwhile, these plants are growing, we can catch the other animals for hunting. Maybe they might have felt that let's say somebody will die, let us give them these facilities so that in their next birth they will get these things by default. So that
Well,
means they
I,
might have thought about rebirth. We don't know, but these are the evidence. So let's talk about Neolithic or New Stone Age now. So this is the date range for this. Remarkable progress has happened in human civilization and New Stone Age. Alright, these are a few examples where these sites are located. Alright, and these are sites from Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. You can read them, you can pause and read. And from the map also, you can identify the Neolithic sites. Alright. Now, one remarkable discovery what happened in Neolithic was the discovery of now the traveling will become very, very, very apart from traveling. Now they can pottery, they can store food, they can cook easily. I hope you guys are able to understand this. So now they don't have to eat raw food. They can cook food and these they can. This was a very, very significant discovery that happened in the Neolithic time or the Stone Age. Alright. Now, what happened was they understood what was agriculture. Now, in Mesolithic, that was a transitional phase. They were doing experiments and trying to see, okay, if we are catching these plants and eating, if the seeds fall, whether it will grow or not. By this time, they realized that they can do agriculture. Instead of the grass huts, they switched to mud brick homes. Now, when they don't have to travel from one place to the other in search of food, they can settle in one place for a long time as long as the soil is fertile. They can grow crops. Don't you think they will get some free time? If people will get some free time, they will start enjoying together also. Their social life will improve. As a result, what started happening was they started polishing their stone tools. Alright. In Paleolithic time, in Old Stone Age time, they had big stones. In Mesolithic, they had microliths also, they had small stone tools. In Neolithic, they started polishing their stone tools. And they realized if they polished their stone tools, it was easy to cut animals and hunt them. All right. Now, those who are pure vegetarians, okay, they might be feeling little awkward, but see, most of the human beings in the earlier times, they used to eat animals, right? Now you will say, no, sir, we have read in Rig Vedic era and other era that they were not eating cows and all. Yes, that was the later stage. This is before that time, all right? That Rig Vedic era started from 1500 BC. Right now, we are talking for somewhere around 4000 BC. Please imagine this time difference, all right? Now they started growing wheat, barley, rice, millets in different parts of areas at different point in time. So it didn't happen that at 4000 BC, they started growing wheat in all parts of the world. Maybe at 4000 BC, wheat was grown, let's say in India. So let's say in Mesopotamia, barley was grown. All right. Rice cultivation was extensive in the eastern area. Okay. Now they also started making clothes and started wearing clothes made up of cotton and wool in the Neolithic age. So this was a remarkable development in the human civilization. Now, as I told you, first we will see about Paleolithic, then Mesolithic, then Neolithic, then comes the Metal Age. So now let's try to see what happened in Metal Age. In Metal Age, people realized that they can extract out metal from their ores. Now, if metal is discovered, this is a very, very big discovery. For those of you who do not know how metal is obtained from their ores, this process is known as smelting. By applying heat to the ore, the base metal can be extracted. This is used in metallurgy process. By this method, many metals can be obtained from their ores such as silver, iron, copper and other metals. Alright. Now don't go much into the detail. I just wanted to get a rough idea of this. Alright. So after the Neolithic was followed this Metal Age. In metal also we call this as Chalcolithic age, that is copper stone. Why copper? Because iron is not yet discovered. First copper and bronze were discovered. Sir, why is it written as Chalcolithic? Lithic means stone. Yes, because they have not given up on stone tools. Along with those metals, they were still using stone tools also. Alright, I hope this point is clear. Now, as they realized that they can obtain metal from their ores, the people started traveling different parts in order to obtain metals. And hence, the network of this Chalcolithic culture expanded and people came to know about multiple other civilizations surviving in other parts of the world. मतलब लोगों ने ट्रैवल करना शुरू कर दिया अलग अलग पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड में टू ऑब्टेन मेटल और वो दूसरे लोगों से भी उन्होंने मिलना जुलना शुरू कर दिया. Most of these cultures have also grown along the river valleys. One of the most important Chalcolithic culture or this era, one of the example is the Harappan culture, which we will see now. Alright. Now these are the examples in South India. They developed along these rivers. Alright. Now when the metal age started in other parts of the world, in South India they were not using metals, but slowly by second millennium BC, that means by 200 BC, there is also evidence that they started using copper and bronze. Alright. Now this age was followed by Iron Age. Iron Age is somewhere around 1500 BC when the Aryans entered the India and started staying in the India. Now how we know that iron was used? Because it is frequently referred in the Vedas, for which we have written records. Alright. Now the iron was also frequently used in megalithic burials also. Mega means big and lithic means stone. मतलब जब किसी को हम मार कर दफनाते हैं, when somebody dies and we bury them, that time megalithic burials was used in South India very frequently. Alright, megalithic means large stones, and these graves are extensive in South India. These are some of the sites where you can see. Now red and black pottery was also very extensive. Iron artifacts, sickles and hoes. Alright, these were found along with the burial pits. This is an example. As you can see the big stones, so that is why these are known as megalithic burials, there was a small hole also from where, let's say, you have buried somebody, some of your relative or friend. After a few years, you guys can still pay tribute by putting in a few things inside this grave from this hole. I hope this point is clear. And from this map, you guys can identify the megalithic sites also. Alright. Now let us understand the Harappan civilization, which forms a part of the Metal Age. Specifically talking, it forms a part of the Chalcolithic age, wherein we talk about copper and we are still using stones. Okay, I hope this point is clear. Now understand this. Now how we came to know about this civilization. In the year 1857, the railways were being constructed in the Lahore Multan uh, area. This is right now in Pakistan, but earlier you know that Pakistan, Bangladesh, all of them were an integral part of India. During that time, the workers, whatever underground buildings were coming, they were destroying all of them. But then when the archaeologists came to know, they stopped. Wait a second, wait a second. You're destroying something which was very significant to the history. So please let me tell you, a lot of this civilization at the Harappan site has been demolished due to this construction. But still, we were able to recover a few things, and those excavations we are able to tell about this civilization. Both these places are now in Pakistan. These earliest excavations were done in Harappan in western Punjab, which is in western Punjab, and Mohenjo-daro. Alright, these were the two most important cities of this civilization. It was first called the Indus Valley Civilization, but remember, later on, other cities were also discovered away from such valley. That is why the name was changed to Indus Civilization. And why this name Indus? Because most of the cities were near the river Indus. Alright. It is also known as Harappan Civilization because Harappa was the first city to be discovered among this civilization. I hope this point is also clear. Now these are the other sites which were excavated apart from Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, Diji in Sindh, Kalibangan in Rajasthan, Ropar in Punjab, Banwali in Haryana, Lothal, Surkotada and Dholavira, all these three are in Gujarat. Now, the larger cities are approximately a few hundred acres in size. Now, if I talk about Mohenjo-daro, this is the largest city and it has an area of about 200 acres. I hope this is very simple and we can proceed further. Now, in this map, you guys can identify the prominent, not the, you guys can identify the prominent cities of the Harappan culture. All right. You can pause this map. You can try to visualize this and then you guys can proceed. All right. Now, when we talk about the important stages or phases of revolution of this Harappan culture also, it can also be divided into four parts. Pre-Harappan, early Harappan, mature and late. Now, this is the earliest time when they started to lead a settled agriculture life. Matlab, right now, there were nomads people, all right, around this Indus River. And they started to live an agriculture life, which was the pre-Harappan time. In early Harappan, they started from rural to urban lives and they started, all right. Now, if we study about this Harappan civilization, we need to understand a few salient features. हमको समझना पड़ेगा कि Harappan civilization की town planning कैसे होती थी, what was the economic life, what was the social life, was there any art and culture there, what was the script that these people were using, was there some language that they were using, was there any religion used by these people? And when people used to die, what was the burial method? All right. So let us have a look at these things one by one. Let us have a look at town planning. Now, see, right now, if you go to big cities, you will find that there's a colony, there's another colony in a city, there's one more colony, one more colony. So you can see that they're cutting each other at 90 degrees. So that means the cities are designed in grid structure. Same way. See, even at that time in Harappan culture, the streets and lanes were cutting each other at 90 degrees. They were laid out in grid structure. If you look at these three cities, Harappan, Mohenjo-daro and Kalibangan, they had their own citadel. Sir, I don't understand what is this citadel. That means the city had a place where the houses were on a lower side and a few of the houses were on the higher plane. So this there might be difference that the rich class was staying there and the poor people were staying there, or maybe the kings and the warriors were staying there and the normal people were staying there. All right. Now one more remarkable feature is, unlike the Neolithic age, their homes were not made of mud bricks. Okay, it was made up of burned bricks, and moreover, it were not made up of stone bricks. Okay, this was a very remarkable structure. Now houses were also made up of this grid pattern. What is made right now? You can see how beautifully the houses were structured so that its strength has remained right now. Even right now, during excavations, people have found out about those homes. All right. And even if you talk about the drainage system, it was underground. It was so beautifully designed. All right. All those houses had a drainage system which was interconnected, which used to come over here and then it used to go out of the city. So that means it's not like people first made their home and somebody else come and made their home. The entire city was planned by some architects, and then the city was designed. Such a beautiful civilization it was. All right, such a beautiful town planning it was. Here you guys can see an example to understand. So this is, you can say, a citadel wherein you can see the upper city and this is the lower city. This is just to help you to visualize. I'm not sure you guys will find this in much of the books that you read. All right. Now, one more important thing is there was a great thing found, that was a great bath in Mohenjo-daro. Now, this was basically served as a ritual bathing purpose. Alright, this is the measurement. You guys can see this. And it was so beautifully designed that besides this bathing structure, there were rooms also for changing clothes for both men and women. And there was a place so that water can come inside this bathing place. All right. And there was a place from where water can go inside. And the surface was also made up of burned bricks so that water cannot seep inside. All right, you guys can see this. In Mohenjo-daro, the biggest building is a granary. Granary is a place wherein if you have food in abundance, you can store that. And this is the size of it. In Harappa also, the granaries are found, as many as 6 granaries. Now, what does this signify? This signifies that people were not dying for food. They were having food in abundance. That is why they were storing food in granaries. I hope you guys are able to understand this. Now, this is the picture of the Great Bath. You can see that people can get inside from both the corners. Alright, and besides, there were rooms where people could change clothes also. This is the Great Bath. This is an example of granary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. So these ways, granaries were there. These are broken right now, but if you try to visualize them, you can visualize that granaries might have looked this way somewhere in the past, where the grains would have been stored. All right. Now, if I talk about their economic life, wheat and barley were their main food that they used to grow. Apart from that, sesame, mustard, and cotton were also grown. Now, these animals were domesticated: sheep, goats, and buffaloes. Now, whether they knew about horses, they were using horse or not, this is not yet confirmed. That is why in some of the exams, such as SSC, CGL, and bank exams, many times this question has been asked: which of the following animal was not known to the Indus Valley civilization? And the answer would be horse, according to this. All right. Now, as there was food in abundance, so not everybody has to get engaged themselves in agriculture. Right now, is everybody doing farming right now? No. There are a few people who are doing farming, a few people are engineers, a few are doctors. Same way, when the food production was abundant, there were a few people who were making bricks, a few were cutting stones, alright, a few were making boats, a few were making terracotta, toys, and other stuff. Alright, and as this is a integral part of the Metal Age, bronze and copper vessels are also outstanding examples of the Harappan art and this craft. Alright, in some places, red and black pottery is also found. Some places, gold and silver ornaments are also found. Some places, these beads are made up of semi-precious stones. right? Now, as people were staying in different cities, Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Kalibangan, Lothal, different places. So internal trade was also extensive. Internal trade takes place through barter system. That time barter system was prevalent. Barter system means you give me wheat, I will give you rice. So currency was not in use during Harappan civilization. All right. So now foreign trade was mainly done with Mesopotamia, Afghanistan, and Iran. So I have heard about Afghanistan and Iran. What is this Mesopotamia? So Mesopotamia is right now what you call as Iraq, right? All right. Some people also get confused. It is Egypt. Okay. Now there is also much evidence of trade happening between Indus and Sumerian people. Now Sumerian is South Mesopotamian, which you can also say South Iraq people. Now, if you look at this word Mesopotamia, it is, this means between two rivers. The actual meaning of this word Mesopotamia means the land between two rivers. Now, what are those two rivers between this city was flourishing? One is Euphrates and one is Tigris. All right. I hope this point is also clear. Trade was of barter type. Now, these were copper, gold, tin, and several precious, semi-precious stones were imported, whereas the agricultural products, wheat, barley, peas, other things such as cotton, pottery, terracotta, figures, ivory products made from the elephant teeth, these were exported. All right. Now, various seals have also been found. Now, seals plays an important role. Let's say from India, I am sending something to Mesopotamia. So, in that container, if I will put a seal, so they can be reassured that okay, this has come from India, from our Harappa, and if this seal is there, they can be sure that in between the product has not been opened and tampered. I hope this point. Even right now, seals are being used, and people say that if seal is tampered off, please do not accept the material. All right. Now there's a place known as Lothal. Okay, this was the port city of the Harappan culture, from where you find that the sea transport was also prevalent. These are a few examples of the seals of the Harappan civilization. Now you will say how these people came to know about bull. See, if they have made the drawings of bull, if they have made the drawings of tiger, if they have made the drawings of elephant, that means they were knowing these animals, right? If they have made the drawings of a peacock, that means they knew these animals and birds. All right. Now, if we talk about social life, okay, so they were having two pieces of clothes. Okay, now the every individual was wearing one upper garment and one lower garment. Even ladies were wearing jewelries also. All right, and the ornaments were made up of semi-precious and precious metal also. Now, at various places, various articles have also been.
How you living, pimp?
I'm alright, but checking my phone real quick. Press down the number.
There you go. That's what it's about, baby.
Alright, still watching a documentary?
Oh yeah, I just accidentally
To be
I
found,
paused it. There you
such
go.
as ivory, shell, stones, and potteries in Mohenjo-daro. Even combs, fish hooks, knives have been found. So that means they knew fishing also. Alright. And even at places, they have found a plowing cart, जिसको हम लोग खेती में इस्तेमाल करते हैं हल जोतने के लिए in a child's top one terracotta toy of a plow has also been found. So that means they knew the use of this plow, which would have helped them to sow seeds also. See, this is where you have to relate things. If let's say you get a toy of let's say a tiger, so that means you have to imagine that those people were knowing about tiger. All right. So as I told you, fishing, they knew about hooks. So fishing was also one of the regular occupation, whereas bullfights and hunting were some of their famous pastimes. All right. Now they have not given up on stones, and these were some of the weapons that they used to make. Apart from stones, they started making these tools such as axes, spearheads, daggers of coppers and bronze. Now, obviously, if you will make a knife of bronze instead of a stone, it will be much, much more stronger. Already, that was about stone social life. And as you can see, already from this excavation, you can see this painting or in uh, this uh, what has been excavated. First of all, you can see the beard. So that means they were having a lot of time to give time to their themselves. Second thing is just look at the design on their clothes. So that means it is not that they were just wearing clothes. They were living a very sedentary and very comfortable life. And that is why they were getting time for such embroidery also. Look at the beautiful uh, this jewelry what they were wearing. Look at the blades what they were using for different purpose. So their social life was very very good. All right. Apart from that, if I talk about their arts, okay. So one dancing girl, one bronze dancing girl has been found from Mohenjo-daro. So that means they were very very good in art and culture. They were very very good in sculpture making. All right. Two stone statues have been found from Harappa. All right. Pottery is another example of fine arts. All right. This many jars have been found, many pots have been found. They have been painted also. Many pictorial motifs have been found. Motifs means many designs have been found. All right. So ideally, what I'm trying to summarize to you is they were very very good in making sculptures, arts, potteries also. These are a few examples. Just look at this. These many years back, these many years back, from a bronze they have made this statue. And look at the refinement. Look at how beautifully they have made this statue. Look at the pottery what they have made. Look at the designs and motifs here. Look at the designs. See, such a beautiful art and culture was there in the Harappan civilization. I hope you guys are able to imagine this. If I talk about script, script means likhi means like let's say we write in Hindi or English, same way they must also have been following a script. They also had a script which had 400 to 600 signs, out of which 40 to 60 were basic and the rest were their variants. Now mostly they were writing from right to left and then from left to right and then right to left. This way they were following. This is known as Ostrophodon method, which means writing in reverse direction in alternative lines. Okay, let me show you that. You can see this. This is a sample. So first they are writing this way, and then they are writing in reverse, and then this way, and then in this reverse. So that means they have to learn two ways of reading, right? One is written S in this way, and another is written no. You can see their diagrams. These diagrams, all right. If you laterally invert them, if you look it in the mirror, okay, L will appear this way inside the mirror. Okay, but what about O? If you look at O in the mirror, it will still look the same. All right. So these are a few signs which they were using. All right. They are yet to be deciphered. All right. So if those signs will be deciphered, it will become extremely easy for us to understand what they were writing. Right now, we are unable to decipher. Decipher means to decode their script, and hence we do not know much about them. Now, Scandinavian people, Parpola people felt that this was Dravidian language. A few Soviet people have accepted this, whereas other scholars believe that this is something related to the Brahmi script. Now, right now, the Hindi language, which is written in Devanagari, is somewhat derived from the Brahmi script also. Most of the languages, even Gujarati is derived from Brahmi, and Bengali is derived from Brahmi script. Alright. So this mystery still remains, and once we will come to know about what these signs say, we will be able to decode much about them. As far as their religions are concerned, okay, it is thought that their main male god was Pashupati. Alright, so that means they believed in idol worship. Okay, now he's surrounded by four animals: elephant, tiger, rhino, and buffalo. So that means they knew about these four animals also. If they have drawn those four animals, that means they know about these four animals. And two deers appear at the feet of this male. They also believe in linga worship or uni worship. They felt that because of this reproduction, this entire world is growing. So they respected that. Even right now, we find Jyoti, Ling, and other things already. Even a female deity was also worshipped, alright, and it is being represented in terracotta figures, alright. So this is what happened. They also used to respect and worship trees and animals, and they also used to believe in ghost and evil forces because they were scared that, let's say, something happens in nature. Okay, so these ghosts or they will destroy our agricultural products, or some calamity might happen, some drought might happen. So they were scared of all these things. All right. So this is an example of that male deity, as I told you. You can see the elephant, you can see the tiger, you can see buffalo, you can see rhinoceros, you can see the two deers at the foot. You can see that it has three sides. This nose, which is visible. So it has three faces. This has two horns. You can also see the. Now, this is what you see. These are their language. All right. This is yet to be deciphered. All right. And this is, you can see the female deity probably in the terracotta. We do not exactly know whether she was a goddess or not, but this is what we have so far we are trying to understand from what we are trying to escape. I hope this is also clear. Now, if I talk about burials, they used to completely bury. Sometimes they used to burn and then they used to bury. So at Lothal, the burial pits have also been found with burned bricks, and at times coffins have also been used. Just you might have seen in a religion such as Christianity, they first put the dead body in a coffin and then they bury. So such coffins have also been found in Lothal. Even wooden coffins have also been found in at Lothal. Now, pot burials, right now, what we do is first we'll burn, and whatever ashes are present, we put them in a pot and then we throw them in a river. So that pot burials was also practiced at some places in Lothal. Alright. But whether the sati pratha was practiced or not, we don't know. There is no such clear evidence of that. Alright. Now, what led to the decline of this great civilization? Because I will tell you, after this civilization, in the next chapter, when we will talk about the Aryans or when we'll talk about the Vedic era, you will see that again they went back to old times. They were not so modern like the Harappan people. मतलब हड़प्पा पीरियड में लोग जितने मॉडर्न थे इसके आगे आने वाले लोग इतने एडवांस थे ही नहीं. Then what could have happened that this civilization declined? There are many theories to this. We do not know what happened exactly. Some people say flood came, some people say river dried up, some people say that as they were living in the same place, they knew agriculture, but then the fertility lost, and they exploited the land so much. There might have been earthquakes that have happened. But then what we can think is there were multiple cities in multiple parts. Now, if earthquake comes, it should have come to one part of civilization. If let's say drought will come, it will come to one part of the civilization. All these things, though, are given by various scholars, but they are not very, you can say, convincing. All right. Some some scholars say that the final blow was given by the invasion of Aryans. Now, because this is also mentioned in Rig Veda that destruction of forts. Now you see Harappan civilization, the date is 2300 BC to 1750 BC. This was the date of the Harappan civilization. After this, we do not know what happened. Then from 1500 BC, we have written records for Rigved or the Aryan people who came to India. So it is thought that maybe these Aryans came with horses and then they destroyed all these urban civilizations and then they established their own civilization. Alright. And moreover in Mohenjo-daro, it is also known as Mound of the Dead because in this city skeleton on top of the skeleton, okay, मतलब एक के ऊपर एक के ऊपर एक के ऊपर एक lot of skeletons have been found out. Now, this cannot happen that naturally people would have died. Okay, this something wrong has happened. Somebody have attacked them. This is what might have happened. And moreover, it is felt that Aryans who came to India who attacked the Harappan civilization, they might be having swift horses. As we have already discussed, that in the Harappan civilization, there is nowhere mention about horses. So maybe they were not aware about horses. They were aware about elephants. But then horses are very swift. They are fast moving animals. So maybe Aryans had horses and then they might have become masters of these regions and they would have attacked this. So still once that script is deciphered, we will come to know a lot about this culture. I hope you guys would have learned a lot about the prehistoric time and the Harappan civilization. Please connect with us on these platforms because I will share notes, PDFs, and whatever is required for your preparations. If you guys have not understood any point or any such thing, you guys are free. You guys can feel free to ping me and ask me, and I will try my level best to answer your queries. I'm getting multiple questions every day, so at times my response might be delayed. I'm sorry for that. है ना? मैंने बिल्कुल सिंपल इंग्लिश में एक्सप्लेन करने की कोशिश की है. But still, if you feel that my language was difficult, you guys can ping me and say that sir ये point नहीं समझ में आया. I will explain that to you. Please share about our platform to maximum people so that we can help maximum people because everybody deserves an equal opportunity. And believe me, our platform is absolutely free. The fees is zero. I will never ever ask for any fee. So keep learning, guys. Keep learning, and we will come back with our chapter 3. God bless you. Hello everyone, welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on ancient Indian history. In the last chapter, that is chapter 2, we saw the prehistoric India and the Harappan civilization. The Harappan civilization declined by 1750 BC. So what happened next? We are not trying to mug up the history. Instead, we are trying to understand the chronology and we are trying to understand the story as a series of events. So let us understand what happened in our country when the Harappan civilization declined. So let us start our chapter 3, the Vedic culture. Now, as you all possible that around this period, the speakers of the Indo-Aryan language, that means the Aryan people who used to speak Sanskrit, they entered the northwestern India from the Indo-Iranian region, or you can say the Central Asia. यानी कि आर्य लोग जो संस्कृत भाषा बोलते थे वो भारत के नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया में इंडो इरानियन रीजन से प्रवेश करना शुरू कर दिया. I have already explained you that in the geographical features of India that our nation has a very big range of mountains. In between those mountains, we have a few passes from where the people have kept on coming to our country. So it is through these passes that initially these people would have come. Initially, they would have settled down to the valleys of Northwest. And later on, they would have moved to the Indo-Gangetic plains. Now, one remarkable thing which you guys must know is the Harappan civilization was very, very advanced. They had a remarkable town planning, remarkable art and culture. They had beautifully designed grid city plans. They had citadel, they had upper town, lower town. But when we talk about this Vedic period, which began from 1500 BC, now they were mainly a cattle keeping people. वो एक चरवाहे थे. They were mainly in search of pastures. That means they were mostly nomads. Now see, suddenly we do not know what happened that from such a intelligent and such a beautifully technologically driven society, how we again came back to such a society where we do not use such kind of extensive technologies. All right. Now, as you can see here, from the northwestern India, people, these Aryans started moving and they were aware about the use of horses. Now, as far as the Harappan culture is concerned, we are not sure whether they knew about horses or not. And as you can see from this picture, they will search for grasses so that they can feed their cows and their other animals. All right. So now, if I talk about this Vedic culture, now I can divide this entire period 1500 BC to 600 BC into two periods. The first one is the early Vedic period, which is also known as the Rig Vedic period, and the time frame is roughly 1500 BC to 1000 BC. And if I talk about the later Vedic period, I can say that the time frame is 1000 BC to 600 BC. Now remember guys, this is very very important for you to understand. Let's say this is the river Ganga. This is the eastern plains of the Ganga and this is the western plains of the river Ganga. During the early Vedic or the Rig Vedic time, they were only confined to the western side of the river Ganga. And if I talk about the later Vedic period, they crossed the river Ganga and they covered almost the entire of North India. That is why when I say 600 BC, which is the time frame for later Vedic period, I can say that by 600 BC, century BC, which is also known as 600 BC, they occupied the whole of North India and this is referred to as the Aryavarta. Alright, I hope this point is clear. Now, where exactly are these Aryan people coming to our country? From where are these people coming? Now, this is a very debatable question and different people have different views to it. Different scholars have different places which they considered is the original home to the Aryans. अलग अलग scholars इस पर डिबेट करते हैं और इनके अलग अलग मत हैं. Different scholars believe that they have come from different places. Some say that they have come from Arctic region. Some say they have come from Germany. Some say they have come from Central Asia. And some say they have come from Southern Russia. Now, when you guys will study about modern Indian history, you will study about a great freedom fighter, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, great social reformer. He argued that the Aryans came from the Arctic region on astronomical calculations. But mostly the historians agree that they have come from southern Russia. They started traveling from southern Russia and then they traveled to different parts of the world. All right. They traveled to different parts of Asia and they traveled to different parts of Europe. By 1500 BC, around, they entered India and they came to be known as Indo-Aryans. They spoke the language Sanskrit. All right. As you can see this map, they traveled here from the southern Russia to the Hindu Kush and then they entered. They might have also moved to the other parts of the Europe. I hope this point is clear. All right. Now, if I talk about the Vedic literature, now you guys must understand first of all, what does this word Veda mean? The word is derived from the root word Vid, which means to know. means to gain some knowledge. That means Veda means to earn some knowledge. In other words, Veda signifies superior knowledge. That means an individual who has read these four Vedas, Rig Veda, Yajurved, Samved, and Atharved, is considered to have superior knowledge. Now, please understand, as I have differentiated the time frame that is 1500 BC to 1000 BC, and I have told this is the early Vedic period. This is the time frame for Rig Veda. That means this is the time when this Vedic literature was established or this book was written. And when I talk about 1000 BC
Yo,
to 600 BC, I'm talking
hey,
about later Vedic
Jackie,
period
greetings.
when these books have been written down.
Just a moment.
All
How
right.
are you, girl?
Now, when we talk
What happened with the boy?
What's up, dude?
Hi.
Oh yeah, when you mentioned Indo-Aryan, that sparked my interest. That's like a big topic.
Just one moment, Juan Carlos. Apologies. Sometimes I have other people in other Discords who are talking to me or Telegrams. So apologies.
Oh, I understand.
You're good. Go ahead. No, wait. How did he know about me? Absolutely. That is hilarious. Wow. Well, I'm getting more and more famous with each day. You left us all with bated breath the last time you were here. Tell us about the boy. What do you mean you can't talk about it? Have you met? Perfect. That's all I care about. Excellent. And everything's good? Okay, well then, good. Excellent. Yeah, I'm getting bigger, girl. You should know I'm live right now. Do you know who Aiden Ross is? Aiden Ross? Okay. So, like, he's a big time streamer. He's a part owner in Kick. I'm live in his Discord right now. And I'm live in I Show Speed. Do you know who I Show Speed is? He's a YouTuber. That's okay. Not a lot. I mean, a lot of people do, but not a lot of people who are like probably don't spend all the time on YouTube there. So yeah, those are two big influencers, and I had some requests to do interviews. I did an interview tonight, and it's just growing. My Discord's growing, and that's good. Just people who randomly know about me is growing. So that's phenomenal that somebody knew who I was. So they knew I was a live streamer. That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, I appreciate that you did. That's amazing. Absolutely. That's phenomenal. How is the other stuff going in your life? Yeah, Duffy, you're happy though. That's good. I'm glad that this guy was able to figure out how to get you, or you were able to get to him, or figure it out, and that's phenomenal. I'm happy that you're happy. Excellent. You sound very happy. You sound like you are a girl in love, which is always a nice sound. That's a wonderful sound. Good on you. Excellent. Well, well, of course, I know you and your polyamorous ways. Don't you worry. I know that you still have love for me. No, 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 no. I know you are a one woman person, but there's like your real life and then your fantasy life, girl. Thank you. Listen, I'm in the middle working on a project. Oh, I know, girl, for real. Girl, just come in here whenever you're bored. That's what you do anyway. Yeah, dude. Hey, girl, you're gonna be so good on you. I hear about it, and people are. Yeah, I do. I do. They're part of homicide in general. I have some of others, but I don't really pay attention to them. People just give them to me. I know it is. It's gonna do. It's gonna continue doing really well. Hold on to it. Right. No, no. It was all donated. So it's just basically like a free pot. I know I didn't put anything into it, and if I lose it all, then it's like I never even tried. Okay, so let's get to brass tacks. At what price did you buy SPS? Okay, and you had $70 turn into $6,000. Good on you, girl. Good on you. I could give you such a big hug right now. Wonderful. No, 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 no. I understand. Just hold it though. That's gonna be a good coin. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement. Hold on to it. Yep, absolutely. That's fine. That's fine. You're so young that that SPX coin will be something on which you can retire by like age 30. So just hold on to it. Okay, well, let it sound however you want. When you are on the beach with your toes in the sand, before we're big. We're big and we're strong. We're big and we're strong. We have a lot going on. We have a lot going on when it just comes to the community. We have like fantasy football tournaments. We've got like martial arts watches. We have our dev who's like involved in karate combat. We just do a lot. Yeah, he fought Bit Boy in Mexico City. It's a big deal. And I would say that Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu just hit an all time high. or pretty close to it, and we're excited to see it go higher. It's at like 22 cents. When I started, it was less than a penny, so that's a 22x. You can't beat that. Yeah, so, yeah, that's very good. But what are stickers? I've seen them. Are they like unique? Exactly. That's what I thought. Right. Excellent. Well, excellent. Well, please send away. You should know I am in the middle of a little bit of okay, I love and found you should know that your positivity is bright. You know, I'm always here for you if you ever need any crypto advice or any other kind of advice. And I'm really glad things worked out. Absolutely. Okay, so I've got robots on which I'm programming on Kick, or I'm programming on Kick, and I have like two different kinds. I have um, laptops or like desktop versions. Then I also have um, cell phone version. And like, do you have the Kick app? Okay, yeah, download it, and you'll be able to see some of the stuff that I do just pretty easily off the bat. What you do is you download it. Let me know when that's done. You will see. Just a moment. I will tell you what to press. Just one moment. Just one moment, girl. Let me check it. Okay. Um, at the bottom of Kick, you're gonna see four options. There's home, browse, following, and search. Do you see the browse button? Do you have Android or iOS? Okay. Huh? No, 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 no. You want to download Kick, Kick, not Kik. You're okay. You're okay. It's a very common mistake. I honestly should have been clearer. Yeah, it's Kick. But don't worry, Kik is a big app too. It's like a second tier social media app. Yeah, so not Kik. You want Kick. Yeah, it's up like 22x. Okay, hold on. Let's explain because this is the most important thing that you need to know. Um, okay, so like your coin that you bought at like $70 or you got it $70, um, that eventually went to 600. I'll tell you what X that is. It means time. So how many times does 70 go into 6,000? So I take 6,000 divided by 70, and so that's an 86x basically. When that thing peaked, it was an 86x, meaning 70 goes into 6,000 86 times. So Harry Potter's done 22 times, which isn't 86, but it's still very good. Yeah, no, I remember you were very anti-gambling, and then I also remember, and I've actually told somebody about you recently. I'm like, yeah, there's this girl I know who is in her early 20s, and I'm like, and I've said this, she doesn't recognize it, but she's gonna be a crypto millionaire by age 30 by just keeping her ear to the ground with this stuff and asking good questions. I mean, um, you are, I have confidence in that. You're going to be, and I don't mean this because you're not smart. You're very smart. You ask the right questions, but you're going to be like the most dumb luck cryptocurrency billionaire. And then you're just going to be like, okay, so you're like the girl or woman in a movie who doesn't know how to gamble. She goes to the floor of the casino and is like, I'm just gonna bet on all of the teams that I'm gonna bet in like she'll go to the sports book and bet on the animals of what mascots are playing and she'll win like all the money and she'll go to the tables and just be like, I'm gonna pick red because I like the color red and it'll be like red and you've just got very good fortune when it comes to this stuff. At least it's shown thus far. And I think you're gonna be just an extremely successful person. And I'm excited for that. You're going to be able to be like, wow, I'm like 29, 5 years ago or so. I was working at a place and I got a different job and I started getting more involved with cryptocurrency. And now, 5 years later, I'm literally a millionaire. And I just, it was like, it would have been like You were just in on the cool shit before anybody else. That's right. So you should know that I think, okay, so you've got the app now. At the very bottom, you should see four options. The second one is the browse button. Do you see browse? There's, okay, press browse. And then you're going to see, it says kick in the upper left corner and then all, and then games. Then it says categories, live channels. Do you see categories and live channels? I want you to slide over live channels and you should see clips. Okay, now press clips. Now I've been talking with you, so I haven't been able to really focus on my bots. But what you can do is scroll down and you'll see occasionally my name is just randomly in there. And the reason, exactly. No, that's not, I'm not doing that. What I do is I have bots that I've created that create clips on people's accounts, which is free advertising for me. They're very big streamers. Everyone from Aiden Roth. Do you know who Haley Welch is? She's Hawk Tuah Girl. Do you know who Hawk Tuah Girl is? Yeah, all her shit has my name all over it on Kick. She just got, I believe it's an 8-figure deal with Kick to stream. She's like an exclusive Kick streamer, so now she's been essentially welcomed by the official Kick welcoming committee, which is Rabbi Rothschild spams and clipping you and following you. So, um, as you can see, I mean, I do have some on there, but not as many as I want, and that's just because I have to program my other apps or my other bots. But as you can tell, the get out the word about my channel, and it's just a matter of time until I go viral, and we're really gonna ensure that good things happen to you when that happens. I'm gonna make sure that you, your friends, your family, anyone who's a loved one of yours is taken care of for the rest of time, and you'll be able to start your own charities and be able to help people who are close to you. So with that, I'm gonna get back to my bots, and I want you to know that I'm glad to hear that things are going really well for you, and I want them to continue going well, and you're always welcome, okay? Excellent. Excellent. Wonderful. I appreciate that. Feel free to step in and stop by whenever you want, okay?
The first class, it consists of 1,020 hymns. Now, talking about these hymns were sung in praise of various gods. So that means you guys will realize that during early Vedic period, they were very much emphasizing on prayers. They wanted to sing song, they wanted to pray something in respect to various gods which they used to believe. Now, the Yajurved, it has the details of rules which has to be observed at the time of sacrifice. Now, at that time, whatever sacrifices used to take place, for example, Ashmed or other kind of sacrifices, whatever. Now, whatever rules have to be observed, details of those rules were mentioned in that. Now, let's say you are singing those hymns and you also know the rules which have to be observed at the time of sacrifice. Now, let's say if somebody sings a song, all right, there may be a different tune to it. Now, you guys can pick up another song and use this tune and sing this song. मतलब अगर आप एक गाना गाते हो एक उसकी कुछ ट्यूनिंग होगी अब आप कोई दूसरा गाना उठा लो बी उसकी कुछ और ट्यून होगी अब आप गाना गाओ ए लेकिन ट्यून ट्यून यूज करो बी की दैट मीन्स यू सिंग अ सॉन्ग ए and you use the tune B. So what I'm trying to tell you is in the psalm way, they have mentioned what should be the tune, what should be the purpose of chanting, how you have to do the chanting when you're doing the sacrifice. And it has to be exactly done as mentioned. And that is why right now, when we talk about the Indian music, it can be traced back to Samved because it tells you what should be the sur, lay, tal, or what should be the right tuning of singing. Now, the Atharvaved will tell you details about the rituals which have to be followed. All right. Now, it is not just that the four Vedas were written down during the Vedic period. There are some other sacred words also, like the Brahmanas, the Upanishads, the Arankyas, and nobody, I think so, would be unaware about Ramayana and Mahabharata. Now, the Brahmanas were related to the prayers and sacrificial ceremonies. The Upanishads, they were actually philosophical texts. Now, they were mostly dealing with the topics such as what is soul, what is the absolute meaning of life, what could be the origin of the world, what are the different histories of the nature. The Arankyas is also known as the forest, and it had written various things related to forest. What are the different rituals and sacrifices related to the forest? Now, if I talk about the epic Ramayana, it was written down by Valmiki, and the Mahabharata was written by Vedvyas. I hope this point is clear. Now let us start in detail, not cross the river Ganga, the complete North India to the early Vedic. So the R were mostly confined to the Indus region. Now Rig Vedic period is also referred to as the Sapt Sindhu or seven rivers. Sir, why it is called as the land of seven rivers? Because first of all, we all know that these are the five rivers in Punjab: Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Beas, and Satluj. Apart from that, they were confined to Indus and Saraswati. And thus 5 plus 2 is 7. And the place where these people stayed was referred to as the Sapt. Now, one by one, let us understand what was their political organization, what was their social life, what was their cultural life of the Rigvedic period. Sir, you are saying that you are going to tell us about the political life, social life, and cultural life. How do you know about it? I know about it from the hymns of the Rig Veda. That means in the Rig Veda, in the different hymns, they have mentioned how they used to organize themselves, what was their social life, and what was their cultural life, what was their economic life. So from the written text, we have found out about it. So let's get started. So for the ease of understanding, I have drawn this diagram for you guys so that I can make you guys imagine or visualize what is the political organization of the early Vedic period or the Rig Vedic period. Now, the smallest political organization is a kul or a family. So a family which is living is the smallest political organization in which there will be a head of a family. Now, various such families, based upon their kinship or based upon their kuls, will join together and they will form a village or a gram. That is why now also you might have heard that, let's say, when a boy or a girl tries to marry from the same village, the village elders they try to restrict. Ideally, now the government has passed that any two people can marry unless they have blood relations. But still, if two people belong to the same village, they used to believe that they belong to the same kul and somewhere they are related to each other. So when various such families will join together, they will form a village or gram. Now again, when various such villages will join together, they will form a Vishu, and the head of it is Vishyapati. Now when various such Vishus will join together, they will form a tribe. Now again, there are various tribes such as etc. But then when various such tribes will also join together, they will form a kingdom which is ruled by a king or a Rajan. I hope this political organization is clear to you guys. We can now understand this. that the basic unit of political organization is school or family. Various families will join together based on their kinship to form a village or gram or a village. The leader of a gram is known as gramin. Now, various such village can also join and form a vishu. Now, vishu is headed by Vishyapati, as I told. Now, the highest political organization, the combination of such vishu, is known as jana or tribe. All right. Now, there were various tribal kingdoms during the Rig Vedic period, such as Bharat tribe, Matsyas, Yadus, Kurus, etc. Now, the head of the entire kingdom was Rajan or king. Now, one thing which you guys must notice during the Rig Vedic period, now they used to have elections. So that means they had some sort of democracy. So if a king is not ruling nicely, they had two popular bodies, Sabha and Samiti. Sabha was a council of all the elders of that kingdom, and Samiti was a general assembly of the entire people, including ladies. So we can also say that ladies were also given due respect in early Vedic period. Now, when a king would be exercising his political powers, he was assisted by a priest, which is also known as Purohit, and he also had a commander or Senani of his army to maintain his administration. Thus, I can say that a king had a priest and a king had an army commander or a Senani to take care of his administration. So, this was the political organization. If I talk about the social life, generally this society was patriarchal. That means if somebody is having a land, so the son will get the land. But please understand that they were pastures. That means they were nomad people searching for grass for their cows and their other domestic animals. That is why cow was very, very important to them. So how will I say that this individual is wealthy and this individual is not wealthy? I will count the number of cows an individual has. If somebody has more cow, I will say he or she is more wealthy. All right. The head of the family was known as Grahapati. This I told you. Monogamy was generally practiced. That means one man will have one wife. But polygamy was prevalent among the royal and noble families. So generally, kings or the army commanders, one man may have multiple wives. I hope this point is clear. Now, women were given equal opportunities like men to develop their intellectual skills. We find that there were various women poets also, like Mala, Vishwavara, Kusha, Lopamudra during the Rig Vedic period. Now, they were even allowed to attend popular assemblies. I have told you that they were able to attend samitis. Sabha was for elder people and samiti was for everybody. There was no concept of child marriage and there was no sati pratha practiced at that time. One more important thing was there was no rigid caste system. So let's say if a businessman wants to work as a priest, he or she can do so. I hope this point is clear to all of you. They all wore upper and lower garments made up of cotton and wool. They all wore various garments, ornaments. Now, apart from wheat, barley, milk and its product were also the chief food articles and fruits and vegetables also. The eating of cow's meat was prohibited. Why, sir? As I told you, that cow was very precious to them. Even right now, that is why we hear people, the Hindu says that don't kill cow, it is very precious to us. So you can trace back the history from the early Vedic period. All right. Now, when they used to play games or in their social life, they played emphasized music, dance, dicing. Dicing means gambling, those games they used to play. Horse racing and chariot racing. That means they used to have a chariot in which there will be horses and they used to have races. And as I told you that it was not racing, the social division was not rigid early Vedic period. All right. Now, if I talk about the economic life, all right. So, agriculture came later on. Earlier, they were cattle rearing people. They were pastoral people. They were nomad people. But one important thing was they knew about iron. They were knowing about the use of iron. And that is why the plows which they will make for, let's say, for small scale agriculture, though they were not knowing agriculture, the chariots, what they will make, the other articles, what they will make, apart from copper and bronze, which were known during Harappan civilization, they were also aware about iron. Another important thing was now here, various kinds of vessels were made for domestic use. Goldsmiths were active in making ornaments, so they had a very good economic life. One more important thing was they were trading mostly on barter system. They were using gold and silver coins. But what was the main form of trading? Barter system. That means you give me something, I will give you something else. You give me wheat, I will give you clothes. I hope this point is clear to all. If I talk about their religion, they do not believe in idol worship. Yes, during the Rig Vedic period, they were not believing in idol worship. Instead, they were believing in the natural forces like earth, fire, wind, rain, and thunder. The most important Rig Vedic gods were Prithvi, Agni, Vayu, Varun, and Indra, out of which Indra was the most important god to them. I hope this point is clear. Now, Indra was most important to them. Second most important was Agni. It was believed that through yagyas and through various ceremonies, now whatever we are, let's say, giving to the god, whatever we are offering to the god in the fire, in the yagyas, through the Agni, it will be reached to the god. जो भी हम यज्ञ में देंगे, जो भी हम सामग्री यज्ञ में प्रोवाइड करेंगे, through Agni, it will reach to God. And even right now, this is happening. People are believing in uh, various such things in yajna, wherein they are giving many offerings, hoping that it will reach God. So it can be traced back to Rig Vedic period. I hope this point is clear. It is not that all the gods were men. There were female gods also, like Aditi and Usha. All right. There were no temples and there were no idol worships. All right. What were given to the gods in the offerings in those yajnas? Well, ghee, milk, and grains. What was precious to them, they used to give during the offerings. All right. There were elaborate rituals which were done during the worship. Remember, during the early Vedic periods, they played a great emphasis on prayers. But during the later Vedic period, which we will see from 1000 BC to 600 BC, the importance of prayers will decline and the importance of rituals will increase. All right. Now let us start about the later Vedic period, that is from 1000 BC to 600 BC. Now, as I told you, that initially they were confined to the western banks of the Ganga, that is to the Indus Plains. During the later Vedic period, they moved east and they covered the entire of North India. All right, they expanded to the eastern parts of the Gangetic Plains, and this is mentioned in one of their precious texts, which is Satpatha Brahmana also. And various tribal groups and kingdoms, the name of them are also mentioned in later Vedic kingdoms. One more important thing is, it was during this time that when the kings and the tribes, they used to join together. At this time, we find that the kingdoms were bigger in nature compared to early Vedic period. It is also the time when from nomads to pastures, they became complete settled people and they became agricultural people. Agriculture pradhan log ban gaye. All right. Now, in the later Vedic period, it is referred that there are three divisions of India. Aryavarta, because during the later Vedic period, they covered the entire of North India. The second was Madhya Desha, that is the central India, and Dakshin Pantha. Dakshin means south, so path means direction. Dakshin Pantha refers to the south India. Alright. What was the political life during the later Vedic period? Now, as I told you, that larger kingdoms were formed. Many janas or tribes, they joined together to form large kingdoms, and hence the royal power increased. Now, one more important thing is, now the king started performing various rituals and sacrifices to perform their position, such as Raj Surya, Ashwamedh, which Vajpayee. Now let me give you an example about horse sacrifice, Ashwamedh. What a king will do is, a king will let free one of his horse. So the horse will keep running away and away and away. Now many of his army would run behind this horse. Now let's say they reach some other kingdom. So if that kingdom, they will let this horse go, that means they have accepted this king as their supreme commander. Or let's say if they stop this horse, then the battle will take place between these two kingdoms. I hope you guys are understanding. This is the way they used to strengthen their position through these rituals. Now, the king wanted to tell to the world that I am very powerful, and that is why he used to give to himself various such titles like Samrat. I am the Samrat, I am the sole ruler. Ahila Bhuvanapati, that means I am the lord of the earth. Raja Vishwajana, I am the king of the entire people, entire tribe. Ekrat. Alright, so these were the various titles for the kings. Now, as I have told you, during the early Vedic period, the king was assisted by a priest or purohit and an army commander. Okay. Now, during the later Vedic period, apart from priest and an army commander, he also had a treasury officer, a tax collector, and a royal messenger. Always, when the kingdoms will start becoming bigger and bigger, it will become difficult for a king to administer through a small administrative unit, and hence he expanded his administrative people. Now, tax collector was responsible for revenue collection. Treasury officer was responsible for all these statements, how much money is coming and how much we are spending. He also had many royal messengers who was responsible to travel to different parts of the world to give his message and to maintain his contacts with the other kings. Now at the lower level also, the administration was done. It was done through villages. So right now what we call as the Panchayati Raj, which I have already taught you in our complete open NCERT Politics Class 6, same way they had village assemblies to carry out this. But remember the importance of Samiti and Sabha. That means Sabha means the people, all the everybody of that community is declaring. That means democracy reduced and give his or her title to his or his or her son.
Oh, nice. I don't know too
So
much
that
about
means now somebody cannot become king. Alright, I hope this point is
Pretty
clear.
unknown country.
If I talk about
It's
economic
another
life, now we will
wrestling
have
history.
more
Yeah, it
laws,
hasn't really been.
partials.
I'm not a big historian, so I'm not really in that kind of, like,
I have now started
I'm not
doing
really like big about my own culture, I guess, but I do love Norse mythology and the Vikings.
it was easy for people to
Yeah.
control.
I'm
To
quite
give
sure
you
you
these
can
things
pretty idea right now that
I hope
soul
this
has like a memory and energy to it that he like taps into.
Oh yeah, that's cool. I'm actually watching the show Vikings pretty soon.
Chinese Merchant, that's a badass show.
very important.
Yeah, it's pretty. Where you have Netflix?
Now, industrial activity
Yeah, I do.
became
I don't
very,
use it
very
too much though. I don't
important,
like
and especially
I can
It's
check
on
out the because I'm into Vikings.
really sick show, bro.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
pottery and a lot about metal.
Yeah, they used to go hard
Now,
back then, bro.
that was for the
Oh
internal
yeah,
trade,
100%.
but then the foreign trade also
Yeah,
became
it's surreal.
very extensive. During the later Vedic period, these people became familiar with the sea, and with countries like Babylon, their trade started prospering. One more hereditary merchants came up,
Their
which is known as
religion
Banya.
was
Right now, they are
had a
a
lot of
part
bad
of
things in it, like human
Vaishyas,
sacrifice and stuff. I'm not a big fan of that.
the caste system, trade and commerce, these Vaishyas. Now,
Yeah, I mean,
these merchant class, they organize themselves into
I'm
group,
deep into that
which is
religion.
known as
Oh, your
so the social stratification
believing in
became
like
very,
fucking
very
Zeus and
rigid.
when engaging in. So, I don't know. There's like it goes deep. It doesn't go too deep, but basically there's a big like alien extraterrestrial element to it. Oh really? Yeah. Yeah, there is. Joe Rogan.
Powerful that they will claim
Oh yeah,
that
I
they
do. I
are
do watch Joe
bigger
Rogan.
than the Brahmins.
That's
Now, the
because the
power
word
of father
divine,
increased
whenever they
during
say
the
divine,
later Vedic
they say
period.
the holy
During
thing
the
that was
early
referring to outer
women were
space.
given a lot, but now they were
Yeah.
considered
The holy firmament, right? Outer space. Yeah. Different phrases like that.
and they had political rights too of attending
Yeah,
the
I recommend
assemblies.
you want to
But
watch
during
episode
the
together?
later Vedic
Yeah,
period,
I'm done.
they lost their political
Share screen, or you want to share screen on the? If you share screen, that'll probably be. How long is the episode? Like 30 minutes? 40, 45. Okay. I mean, I don't have Netflix, so I can find it right now. I mean, I watch one, two, three movies. Find it.
initially. It is later Vedic period this happened.
So,
But
do you
in the
believe like the soul is do you believe in nature of the soul or something? I don't believe in any of that. I'm an Orthodox Christian. Interesting, because like the soul with the Christian, that infers the Trinity, right? The Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. They're accepting like the Holy Spirit salvation. Pretty cool though.
Merged out during the later Vedic, such as Prajapati, the creator, which you
Start
said
from
as
season 1.
the Brahma, the Lord, sorry, the
So
Vishnu,
like, I don't know.
and Lord.
Last time I was
So
watching.
these three gods pretty much are prominent.
Okay.
Moreover, the sacrifices were elaborated and they were only explained by the priest. So it was becoming very, very difficult for common person to understand. The prayers were reducing. Earlier, the people used to sit and they used to pray to the god. But now the priests were more emphatic that no, you have to follow such
Yeah, does
sacrifice.
it look good?
You have to follow such elaborate process.
Yeah, it's pretty surprisingly perfect.
To the god.
Let's see what's going
So
on.
sacrifices and rituals, they
Oh, that's
became
rough.
very much elaborate. And it is because of this reason
Okay.
we will find in the next chapter that Buddhism and Jainism,
Yeah, this is
that they started
pretty good
emerging
video
up.
right here.
Obviously,
Wait,
a
what the fuck
new
was that? I
religion
can see who.
was who are in the existing religion will become fed up or will be sad by the current condition of it. I will give you guys an example. Now, Vaishyas, they organize themselves into groups. I told you to remember, which is known as guilds. Now you tell me, when they will do a lot of trade and commerce, their economic condition will improve a lot. They will earn a lot of money. But still they were considered inferior to Brahmins and to Kshatriyas. So you tell me, if they have a lot of money, don't you think they want to be treated equally and respected equally? So mostly these people were the ones, they do not want it to continue in Hinduism and they do Buddhism and Jainism. See, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's. I'm just trying to teach what are. And you guys must know what has happened. Don't just mug up the things, or we are we think that this and this is absolute. No, everything has an origin. So please try to understand how things have come up in existence. Now, even the Upanishads, the author of Upanishads, which is the essence of the Hindu philosophy, they also started turning away from such rituals. They said, no, 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 we don't want to get into such rituals. We don't want to waste time in those things. We want to understand how we can get peace, how we can get salvation. What is the true knowledge? So I hope this point is clear to all of you. Now, if I have to
I
give you
just
guys a
started
quick
watching it
recap,
finally.
you
It's
guys
like
can
fucking
see
like I thought like
goes from
I just
50
finished this
60
episode
to
right and I'm watching it with you right now, but I didn't even know who fucking died, who killed him. I don't even know who he's talking about. I don't even know the background. So that's a bummer too, you know what I mean? I'm on the same level. Yeah. And maybe it's like an episode that you get to watch. Like maybe I'm watching it on it. I don't know.
Was fluid because elections could happen and whosoever was worthy could become a king. But here it became rigid and it became hereditary. So the son of a king would become a king, and this happened. They were basically pasture and nomad people. They moved from one place to the other. They were cattle grazing people. But here they become settled people and they become here the trade was happening mostly with barter system, and here the gold and silver coins became prominent. Here written during early Vedic time was Rig Vedic period, and here these three other ways, Yajurved, Samved and Atharved came. I hope this is clear to all of you. I request all of you to please join our Telegram, Instagram and Facebook page so that you guys keep on getting the regular updates, because on Facebook, because on YouTube, I will only teach you guys. But if you guys need some study material, you guys need to clear your doubts. So you guys need to connect with me on these three platforms. One more thing is, please stop asking me these questions. That sir, that how to prepare for UPSC, how to prepare for. See, I'm. We are discussing all these subjects. So we will cover all these subjects before our preliminary examination. So have trust, guys. Okay, don't ask questions such as what is the book list. As we are studying ancient Indian history, we have already discussed the book. So please go with the flow. Pick up one subject at a time. Some of the students are also asking me, sir, we are going very slow. No, we are not going very slow. Alright, if we go too fast, we will not be able to retain. It's of no use if you are not able to retain anything for the examination. Now, please, if you know your friends who want to prepare for UPSC,
I think I used that today. Yeah. I think in Iceland they say it. Yeah, for sure.
Hello everyone, welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on ancient. Today we will talk about chapter 4, that is Jainism and Buddhism. So far we have seen the Rig Vedic era and the later Vedic era. Now we will try to analyze that what went wrong or why a few people were not happy in those periods, because of which these two new religions emerged out. So let's get started. Now before I start, let me clear this right now that initially I started teaching in English. So a few people were complaining that please teach in English because we are not able. Then we started teaching in English. और कुछ लोगों ने कंप्लेन की कि हिंदी में एक्सप्लेन करें. Now from this chapter onwards, I am going to explain in both Hindi and English. So let's say when any slide comes up, I will explain that in English and I will also explain in Hindi. जो भी slide आएगी उसको मैं English के साथ साथ हिंदी में भी explain करूंगा. Now after that, please don't write that kind of messages that only explain in English or only explain in Hindi. Come on, please don't. This is not a competition going on. ये कोई competition नहीं चल रहा है. At the end of the day, what matters is you all should understand the concepts. You all should understand the chronology, and you should be able to retain it during the actual examination. So let's get started. Now, during the 6th century BC, that is around 600 BC. Now you all know that 1000 BC to 6000 BC was the time for the later Vedic period. 1000 BC से 600 BC तक ये later Vedic काल, and this 6th century BC is a wonderful time. ये बहुत अच्छा समय था. Why? Because great thinkers were born in these times which have preached their ideas. इस समय बहुत महान philosophers और thinkers का जन्म हुआ था जिन्होंने हमें बहुत कुछ सिखा दिया. Some of the examples are Gautam Buddha, Mahavira, Zoroaster, Confucius, Lao Tse. Now, in this chapter, we will study only about Gautam Buddha and Mahavira because
It's called India. So that's what that general
इसके बारे में सुनने के लिए मिलेगा. 6th century में और 600 BC में इसमें से हम इस चैप्टर में गौतम बुद्धा और महावीर के बारे में पढ़ेंगे. इन दोनों का भारत में
Yes, if it's living in the water, that's where. I think it's more of a humility. But if you could tell, like, these guys are the British.
was dominated by rites and rituals.
They're like the
ये
British.
वो समय
Yeah.
था
These guys are the British, and
जिस
not like
समय
and the
ब्रिटिश
Vikings
और
are war.
ब्राह्मण का दबाव बढ़ रहा था.
So
अनेक प्रकार के रीति रिवाजों से बढ़ा था.
considered how much
Now,
Britain and
इस
Germany
time
or
पर
Germany and
जो system चल रहा था, that time the thing what was going on was known as orthodox religion. Orthodox is when you believe in something. Let's say you are born and your
that's
parents
in
tell you
medieval
that
England.
this is how what we believe. You have to follow it, and you don't question them. You simply start following it. Whereas there were a few sections of the society. कुछ लोग ऐसे भी थे हमारे देश में whose way of thinking was heterodox. That means they were very rational and logical. They wanted to know answers to everything before accepting it.
I mean, the Anglo-Saxons were the start of
That time, do you think everybody must be aware about Sanskrit?
I mean,
आज ही के टाइम में देखो कितने लोगों को संस्कृत
Yeah,
आती
the rich
है,
history.
ये कितने लोगों की हिंदी बहुत अच्छी है, ये कितने लोगों की इंग्लिश बहुत अच्छी है. Even right now, if you see how many people are well versed in Sanskrit, how many people are having a profound command over language Hindi or English. So, do you think in that time when the literacy rate was so less, everybody would be aware about Sanskrit? So, everybody was not happy with what was happening that time. So, it is during the 6th century BC, it is during that time frame, you can say, not precisely talking about any date, that these two religions emerged out. मतलब मैं कोई स्पेसिफिकली डेट की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, ये उस समय की बात कर रहा हूँ जब लोगों का विश्वास या मन उठने लग गया था. When people starting to get fed up or got confused with the rites and rituals, it is during that time when these religions started to emerge out. Now, please, I am not at all speaking against Hinduism. I am not speaking in favor of Buddhism or Jainism. I am teaching you ancient Indian history. Also, please do not take this in political way. If you are preparing for UPSC, you may have any political affiliation, but when you become an administrator, always remember you have to be apolitical or else your life will become hell. When one political party will come and if you are supporting it, you will be happy. The other political party will come and start ruling after 5 years, they will make your life hell. And at the end of the day, what is your ultimate goal? Your ultimate goal is to serve the society. You will not be able to do that. All right, let's continue. ऐसे क्या कारण थे कि जैनिज्म और बुद्धिज्म बढ़ने लग गया था? What was the causes that Jainism and Buddhism started to rise in our country? As I have already told you, the prime cause was the religious unrest in India because of the priest supremacy, the Brahmin supremacy in the 6th century BC. हमारे देश में धार्मिक ब्राह्मणों ने अपना सर्वोच्च स्थापित कर लिया था. वे अपने हिसाब से ये देश में नए नियम बना रहे थे कि आपको ये रिचुअल्स बनाने पड़ेंगे. कास्ट सिस्टम बिकेम प्रेलिवेंट कि अगर आप शूद्र हैं या वैश्य हैं तो आपको क्षत्रिय और ब्राह्मण्स की सेवा ही करनी है. If you belong to Shudras or Vaishya, you have to serve Kshatriyas and Brahmins, and people were not ready to accept these complex rituals and sacrifices. लोग इन कॉम्प्लेक्स रिचुअल्स और सेक्रीफाइसेस को एक्सेप्ट करने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे ड्यूरिंग द लेटर वैदिक पीरियड. If you are not understanding this chapter, please don't start watching ancient Indian history from this chapter. Start from introduction to ancient Indian history and watch the chapters in the right chronology to understand. आप चैप्टर को सही क्रम में देखें तभी आपको ये कहानी समझ में आएगी. Moreover, let's say if anybody wants to go for any ritual or sex, अगर कोई ritual or sex उपनिषद which is also known as the philosophy of Hinduism, which was highly philosophical in nature, which was alternative to system of sacrifices. Now, in Upanishad में क्या था? They used to talk about soul, यानी आत्मा. They used to talk about what is the talk about sarcasm. Not everybody can digest that or understand that. It was difficult during that time that people will understand those things. इसलिए ये philosophy भी उतनी successful नहीं हो रही थी. This philosophy was also not that much successful. So what was the need of the time? The need of the time was that somebody to come forward and explain to them in their own language, in a simple way, in a short way, in an intelligent way, how they can get salvation. उनको मुक्ति कैसे मिले, जीवन का सार क्या है,
Were they painting like the Vikings, same gods, like were they? Oh no. So you know, I know the ancient Buddhists created the tree of fear. So here, the tree of destiny.
apart from
these
religious
factors,
factors, ये धार्मिक कारणों के अलावा
cosmology,
there were other reasons also. There were economic reasons, पैसे
everything. I know, but my question is, were they like a Viking tribe? They lived, were they advanced? All the TV that they were for one season, people became self-occupied, so it was possible.
They denied certain privileges to lower classes. नीचे की classes को equal respect. Such as
the Germany side, like the Germany Americans, they worship like Saturn. I think that's the holy from. They worship Saturn, like the planets.
They were very, very distant.
They eventually developed.
Moreover, now what happened?
Yeah, they're.
क्यों? क्योंकि वही तो लड़ते थे. They were the ruling class. But they have to do the peace. And some of the Kshatriyas were not happy. But always remember that the Buddha and Mahavira who will come forward, both of them belong to the Kshatriya. जो बुद्धा और महावीरा जिनके बारे में अभी हम आगे देखेंगे वो दोनों क्षत्रिय क्लैन को बिलोंग करते थे. One more important thing was when I talk about this one system, when I talk about Vaishya, which were the merchant class or the business class, remember ये जो वैश्य थे, they used to do a lot of trading and business. Their economic conditions grew. उनके पास पैसा तो बहुत आ गया. But their social status was not improving. उनकी ये जो social status था वो नहीं बढ़ रहा था क्योंकि वर्ण सिस्टम के कारण उनको हमेशा क्षत्रिय और ब्राह्मण के नीचे ही देखा जाता था.